All right, and we are live. I believe we're live. Let's see. Are we live? Yep, there we go. All right. Hey, welcome everybody. It's Advent 5. We're changing up. It's the holidays, and some people couldn't make it, so we're doing a one-shot for the crew. We've got a couple special guests here that's joining us, some new faces. We're going to do a one-shot, and the name of it is called The Seeds of Evil, something I put together. I just want to do a disclaimer for those. There will be some grim, dark themes, some violence, torture, blood and guts. This originally was written for a Halloween holiday, kind of dark, evil feeling, but here we are. Thanksgiving, celebrating with some death and
Only a
destruction.
month off.
Yeah. So we'll just get into it. I'll give you guys a quick little intro as we open this up, and I'll open the scene for you guys and let you know kind of what's going on. So the party has been summoned by King Ulfric Donbass XIV, the sovereign ruler of the Kingdom of Wolgast, to investigate the welfare of his army on the eastern border. The army is in the care of Vincent, Duke of Rogensford, who until recently has been in constant contact with the king directly. King Ulfric suspects the worst, as the last report he received was that the bordering country of Argentos has rallied their forces for a massive counterattack. Every effort of his court's divination wizards have been thwarted. There's a dark magic that impedes their vision, and he's worried that something more sinister may be at play here. As you guys enter the palace, you're ushered into a throne room. King Ulfric sits upon his throne with a heavy look in his eyes. And this is him here. His raiment is blood red, like the sigil of his house, and seems to burn in the warm morning sun coming through the sunlight above the throne. The party's ushered forward into his presence by a guard in immaculate brass-colored armor. The guard crosses his arms over his chest, and he kneels before his king. Your Grace. A dwarven man stands next to the king and gestures for the adventurers to move forward. He is fat and rich and wears all types of finery. And he clears his throat to all of those present in the court and says, His Majesty the King of Wolgast, the Beast of Winter, 14th of his name, Lord Sovereign of the Midlands, and Conqueror of the Emerald Isles. All in attendance bow to the king as he stands. The king nods curtly and then sits down upon his throne. The dwarven man looks to the adventurers and calls, Anansi, Wizard of the Romag, step forward and greet your king. Introduce your character.
All right, Anansi would bow deeply. He looks like Jafar from Aladdin. He wears fine, almost royal-like garbs, similar to someone of a court wizard station. He carries a golden staff with the head of a dog on the tip of it. He also carries another large wand or large staff as well too, that has a symbol of a hawk head on top of it. His robes are white with gold embroidered, and he would step forward with his silvery silvery, piercing, golden eyes, and he would say, "I shall bow before thee." And he would bow. Anansi, wizard of my tribe.
Both the king and his steward give you a slight nod. The steward calls out as you bow deeply, and he says, Fluick von Jameson, Paladin of the Watchers, step forward and greet your king.
So this is my turn to describe character.
Sure is.
Exactly 6 foot man that's in getting to his age steps forwards and takes a knee with a bow, with a hand on his heart, and in a raspy voice, "My king, it is an honor to finally be in your court." Obviously in his age, with very finely manicured facial hair. A mustache alone that has once killed a man.
Nancy. All right. The steward and the king, they also nod as they look to Khotan. And the steward speaks, Khotan, Mountain Heart, the blood-soaked axe, step forward and greet your king.
So Khotan, he comes forward, standing 7 feet tall, bald head, and like most Goliaths, he's covered in many tattoos. He is, most notably, the tattoo that you see is his back is bare, and you see a giant bear tattoo on his back, and you can see those kind of tribal tattoos moving down his arms to his bronze bracers. He then takes his fist and puts it over his heart and just gives a slight nod, not really a full bow, with a grunt. Just,
You see there's a look in the steward's eye for a second, seeing just kind of the massive figure in front of him. He doesn't know what to do. They're more used to kind of courtly gestures, but he nods, and so does the king. And finally, as you step aside, the steward calls out, Vaughn, the Shadow Walker, step forward and greet your king.
You see Vaughn, like, quietly approach and gracefully bow. My king, a pleasure to meet you. And you see he's 5'9", just short of 6. Unfortunate, really. With long white hair in a ponytail, and he's in, like, very loose sort of Egyptian robes. And he's got, like, very dainty jewelry, like very thin jewelry. And that's all it is.
Sweet.
That's all he is.
Is his chest open like a
Yes.
R&B
Yes.
singer? He's got
Like
the
a hoe.
abs.
Faux show.
He's got very, like, dainty features, like long eyelashes, so you almost think that he's a woman, and then you look at the abs and you're like, oh.
Nice.
Taking the wind.
Both the king and the steward, they nod. And the king, still keeping that grim look on his face, he looks to the rest of the people in attendance here that have kind of welcomed the party in. You guys, being 14th level, are well known in your own personal history. How you guys know each other will just vary. But each of you have a well-storied history, lots of triumphs, multiple songs from the bards will note your great feats. But the king looks to you and he says, thank you for meeting me. The cause here is extremely serious. As you know, the situation in the Eastlands has not been so good. My cousin has been holding down the borders in multiple disputes, and a war has been raging on for the last year and a half. But Vincent, the Duke of Rogensford, he has been sending some strange letters. And with that, the king looks to the steward. The steward nods and ushers kind of the rest of the people out of this room. There was a couple of like scribes in attendance and servants and a couple of guards. But the room clears out. And the king waits a moment very patiently and looks to the rest of you. And he says, what I would like you to do is travel eastward and escort a caravan of provisions to the eastern front. But that is just a part of it. I need to understand what is happening. Beyond the situation in the war, my divination wizards have not been able to make contact with any of the mages on that side of the war. Something strange is going on. The last couple of letters that I've received from the Duke have mentioned men deserting, night terrors, some type of sickness racking his men. And there's been some talk of cannibalism as their supplies have dried up. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to get a supply line situated as my own resources are spread thin, taking care of my borders. But these letters have been increasingly concerning, and since then they've stopped altogether. And he looks to you. Do you have any questions for me?
Do you
Yes,
have
I-
any way you wish us to treat such people as deserters?
That is not my main concern. They have their own commanders that will deal with deserters. I need to understand, why are they deserting? Is the situation as bad as it seems? This is more of a military intelligence situation. I have gathered you, knowing your reputation. I hope this is discreet, but I also I'm also afraid that something more sinister is at play here. I don't think this is a simple famine or sickness racking them. I was really concerned with Vincent's letters. They were very strange and dark, and I know this man personally for years. He's always been a good, kind, empathetic soul, and I fear for him. Do what you like with the deserters. I don't care. Punish them as you wish. The harsher, the better, but that is not my main concern. He says to you.
Well then, I have a question, King. And what are we being duly compensated for such a task?
That is a great question. You will find provisions with the caravan being made post haste. The caravan will have supplies for the army, food, medical supplies, reinforcements. In addition, there is your weight in gold for each of you, and double that sum upon your return with good news, I hope.
So Goliath's eyes widen, and he says, "Some of us weigh more than others."
I'm aware, my good friend. And it's supposed to be well worth the coin, and which is why I am paying a very handsome sum for your services. Hopefully, the blood-soaked axe will not disappoint.
I will, cherry type tone. Does that count with or without armor, my liege?
The king looks at you with like a pretty stern look. He's like, if you do not find this satisfactory when you see it, then you may leave. But I am not a man who negotiates.
Clearly, the king
Vaughn
is
looks
not a
like
fan
that.
of jokes.
Vaughn looks over at his fellow skinny Anansi like,
We
"You're
got
getting
Jip.
ripped off here."
Anansi says, well, we build further reputation, we get bigger tasks and such, and if, of course, we don't, then as a wizard, I have been known of my kind to make our own problems that we can be paid for in the future if we are not paid handsomely for future tasks. Do the bow again.
If you do not feel it's just when you see the reward, you can speak to my herald. He will make accommodations, but I'm sure once you see the sum that I'm paying for this task, there will be no further questions on compensation.
Sounds
I
good.
expect there to be some women when we return, at least.
Yes,
I'm
winches.
sick of all these men.
Well, I could, if you'd like, I could change. I can cast a spell if that's what you're into. As he raises his staff, I am a powerful wizard, of course. I come from the Golden Sands, where any wishes is anyone desired. You are strong enough to take it and seize it.
The
I'm
king,
not that desperate.
the king laughs, like this
Emotional
stern look at the mention of women. He laughs. He's like, clearly gold is not enough to quench your thirst, Shadow Walker. Then, if it is women you seek, upon your return, you're welcome to stay in my personal harem.
Oh no, I didn't say that I was opposed to the gold. There
Oh.
just needs to be some women as well.
You will find women to be scarce, unfortunately, in a military camp.
Unless you're Mulan.
Yeah, there may be some. He's like, there may be some. I'm sure those men have their own carnal desires. War is a brutal thing if you've never seen it.
Unless you're Greek.
But when you return, you'll be paid handsomely, and I'm sure all of your desires will be taken care of. I can assure you that.
Very well.
I grow bored of this haggling. Shall we go off and seize glory? I must write my legacy. I have the Book of Anansi coming soon on all platforms, including
Audible and
So, so Kotan looks at Anansi and he just like shakes his head. Is the ego of wizards. Gold is never enough.
Gold has personally been all I truly need.
out of the components I need to cast my most powerful spells, one of them needs my weight in ruby dust. Yeah.
the king looks at you. I agree. Enough of this haggling. Is there anything else you need to know about the mission?
Timetable
know-
for this mission?
What was the question?
The timetable?
To travel with this caravan, it's a 10-day away. So I do not expect anything sooner than that. A month or two. I have no timetable for you. I just wish to know what's going on. And based on the information you provide, you will be rewarded. This is mostly information. None of our spies or any of our informants or scouts that have gone, all of our riders have not returned. We've even sent out some of our own soldiers and even some mercenaries, and none of them have returned. And so here I am asking for your help. Did you have
I
a
am good.
Koten, did you have a question?
No, I didn't say anything.
No. Anything else?
To the caravan. He flaps his cloak.
Very well. The king stands, and he will exit stage left, basically, as you guys are met shortly thereafter by a retinue of servants and some guards who kind of usher you guys through this palace. You're going through multiple hallways. Like, it's beautiful white and black marble with gold trim. Extremely, extremely lavish. But as you guys get pulled away from the palace, you'll go into a common courtyard, further past multiple military barracks, some blacksmithing places, blah, 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 through a small area. And then you see a large caravan that's being staged. There's lots of horses, multiple supply lines are being situated. A couple of guards are talking to some local townspeople, but they're, for the most part, gathering things to get ready. A young boy, maybe 14, 15 years old, runs up to the group, and he offers to carry your things. And he says, he looks up at Koten, the 7-foot-tall beast of a person. Oh. Okay, my computer freaked out for a second. Beast of a person. He's like, sir, Your things, please. Just this way. I'll carry them for you.
Gum boy, you couldn't even hold my javelin.
What about you? He looks to Vaughn. Do you need
Oh.
anything?
A bag boy. Well, how comforting. Here, boy. And I'll toss him his, I don't know, backpack? I don't know what he has, actually. Thank you. And he just walks off. Probably in the wrong direction because he has no idea where he's going.
He's like, what are we doing?
That's-
The boy grabs it,
Ends up-
collapses underneath it. He gets it situated in a wagon. He'll gather the rest of your guys' things as well, and another.
As he is walking off with my backpack, I will stop him and pull out a long, slender, unmarked bottle that is obviously some sort of strong liquor from it. This stays with me.
It's like, oh,
Anansi says, I carry nothing but my fine clothes and my staffs, and no one touches my staffs. He flops his cloak.
very well. You see the boy get in the back of a carriage where he puts your personal belongings, kind of ties it down. They're staging some horses, and you guys are set up. It's a very nice carriage that you guys would be carried here. It's probably a caravan of about 10 to 12 coaches with a variety of different things in tow. Lots of work animals, lots of people, servants. It's a big caravan. And we'll do a little montage as you guys travel. So,
Rocky had a montage.
yeah, everybody's got a montage. So as you guys kind of get situated, you get into the caravan or take a horse or however you wish to travel. The beautiful landscapes of Wolgast, with its rolling hills, rich orchards, and warm weather, slowly fades away as you enter the Eastern Territories. This land is wild and untamed. The lowlands of the eastern marshes are filled with swamps, bogs, and dense forests. The sun flickers like a candle at the end of its wick through a thick haze of gray sky and tumultuous clouds. The long journey, it's a 10-day, so this is a while. The long journey leaves you weary and fatigued. Your bones ache. The air is heavy and wet. The wild vegetation seems to kind of close in all around you guys. There is a cold that lingers in the air that you just never can seem to shake. Finally, after 10 days of travel, you see open land, where vast fields of mud and stone that bear all of the scars of war reveal themselves. In the distance, you see the familiar jagged edges of a military camp, whose battlements are lined with weary soldiers and decorated with crimson and green flags, bearing the sigil of the House of Rogensford. The sigil is a hound, like a pointing, and it's just black and red, kind of like a shield. Green. We're back. Can someone verify on the YouTube?
believe we're
We are back.
Sweet. We are back, guys. Sorry, technical issue. OBS crashed, but here we are. So where were we? You guys just arrive here. As you approach the gate, you're met with stern looks. A soldier in his watchtower looks down. Let me get into roll 20. We've got a little map change here for you guys. But you're met with stern looks. A soldier looks down at the caravan and all of the people here, and he says, "Hey, name your business or I'll show you mine." And they've got crossbows pointed. And here you go, kind of get an idea of this camp. This landscape is pretty brutal. It's cold, it's muddy, it's wet. As you approach the gates, though, they do not seem to be welcoming.
I wave. Hello there. I come on behalf of the king. And I will show you my papers here as well. I am Anansi, of the Ramag, the Golden Wizard, the Golden Sands. Dashingly handsome, wealthy, powerful, all these things. I do a show of magic in my hands.
Enough of your blathering. Let me see those papers. You see him disappear from his tower, and you hear as he climbs down the battlements. The gates has like that classic like Wizard of Oz little opening where he slides it open. It's like hand me those papers.
I handle my papers.
And he does not care for them well. They're like immediately grabbed and crumpled. Slams the little slit shut. And after some deliberation, he opens it up and he's like, looks like it checks out. What is all this then? As he's kind of trying to look beyond you. Is
We
it
are
supplies?
the cavalry. We have come here to help you, you oaf. Now let me in, and let the rest of my people in so we can go and help you, you buffoons. I was trying to be nice, but now I will be true. And I point at aggressively.
Make an intimidation check and see this guy. He was trying to act tough,
Alright.
but let's see how this
Alright,
goes.
Can I help him by just standing behind him, looking menacing?
Yeah, I imagine he's looking through the slit and you see a Nancy like this. You don't even see his head. You just see shoulders and pecs. Just yeah. Go ahead.
10.
Well, let's see. He doesn't. He's like, you know what? I've seen far worse than you, wizard. And big man, that's a lot of muscles just to get stabbed at the end of a blade. He's like, very well. Come in. You hear him latch. The doors swing open. Big creak. These are 30-foot tall doors, but they swing open. The gates are flooded open as the caravan kind of slowly makes its way in. You would notice immediately as this opens, the camp is mostly empty. In fact, except for like a small reserve left for defenses and like maintenance, it's completely barren. You would suspect that the most of the force, they're either out in the field as it is pretty early morning, maybe they're staging something. And the soldiers that are there, their interest raises as they're standing from tents. You see a couple near campfires kind of pointing with interest. A couple of the maintenance people are also very interested. And you see wary, cold, beaten down faces kind of get lightened up after they see that cavalry has arrived. There are soldiers and food and medicine. And suddenly the caravan is swarmed as people are, chit-chatting and what's going on. Do you have news from the city? Any letters? It's a big commotion in the camp. And a soldier does appear to approach the group. He is wielding a long spear and a wooden shield. And he looks to the group and he's like, I apologize for the way that they've treated you at the gates. I am the sergeant here, left in charge. And who's in charge of this outfit?
At the moment,
We are a round table. We have no
Yes.
judge.
Very well. Well, I can tell you the situation of the camp. We can get you guys situated with some living quarters. There is some room. Let me know. I can be your guide. Whatever it is, I'm here to serve.
I can provide living quarters. Please.
Very well.
So Kotan walks up to the man and asks, I have a question.
He looks up and down to the barbarian. He's like, yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Many of these warriors have seen battle. What could have caused so many deserters? What could have frightened the will and honor out of so many men?
He looks to you for a long moment. There isn't recognition in his eyes when you mention deserters. He's kind of confused when you bring it up. Deserters? Maybe you've been misinformed. We have no deserters, but we do... Here, let's walk to the quarters and maybe I can give you some more information. Please, follow me. He shouts to a couple of guards near him to make way, to address the people. He barks a couple of orders. Hey, get these people over here. We need this sent over here. Get the supply line set up. he's barking orders to his men. But after a while, he's like, "Sorry for that. Follow me. You guys can stage your tents here." And so as he's walking through the camp, you pass by several tents that are mostly empty. There's a couple of people. You pass by the infirmary. It's a large open air tent. There's bodies lining the entire place. A lot of them are sick. As they pass that, you walk by the kitchens where huge cauldrons are bubbling over an open fire. Men are peeling potatoes, cutting onions. Animals are being butchered. The provisions in this place do look quite poor, as there are some soldiers with minor wounds, bandaged arms. They're on, what are those called? Crutches. They're trying to get their bowls filled with a thin soup and hardtack. As you pass the kitchens, eventually you get to an area where there's staging for tents. And upon a hill, you see the finer tents. These are a cut above what you guys have seen here for the normal rabble. You would suspect that this area would be where high-ranking military officers and whoever else would be set up. You guys aren't quite on the hill, but you're near it. And a couple of men that followed him, they start getting you guys set up. They're staking tents down. They're getting everything situated. He's like, "This is where you can stay. We'll have tents set up. We don't have much room. I hope that it's okay that the four of you are quartered with one another. We'll try our best to get something that's reasonable for people of your rank."
Much appreciated.
I can provide quartering. As long as we have enough space to pop up our own tent, it should be fine.
Very well. We don't have much fresh water. I hope that you brought some. We've been scavenging in the Bleakwood for a while now. But we do have a couple cisterns filled with it. But yeah, this is where you can set up your tents. Is there anything else I can help you with?
At the moment, I am not sure. Most likely not.
Guys lay in the tiny hut as soon as and inside here is this nice opaque tent. It's very nice. The temperature does drop. Increase dramatically. It's a nice, cool 72 degrees room temperature in here. It's nice.
How does it appear as you cast the magic? How does it manifest?
As it manifests, I snap my fingers and slam my staff down like Gandalf. Golden sparks begin to flow from my staff and form a golden opaque barrier that protects the group and 10 feet around me from dark, dangerous, and chilling winds.
Yeah, you see the men that were kind of getting things set up, like planks laid down to set the temp up. You just see this thing swirl and manifest in perfect condition, and they're taken aback. They've never seen such high-level magic in their lives. One man, he's got his hands on his head just in disbelief. And the sergeant, he looks over, he's like, "Act like you've been here before, man. Get your things together and get on out. I'm sure the rest of the camp could use your help. Go on, quit gawking." And the couple soldiers that were here to set up camp, they take back off. And he's like, "I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Sergeant," I'll put it in the chat here, "Cicero. I'm in charge now. Most of the army has been staged outside of outside of the battlements for some time now. Sir Roderick and the main company and the host should be returning midday. I don't believe that there was a battle, but mostly they're scouting and trying to set up and just keeping an eye and patrolling the borders. But beyond that, I'm the commanding officer for the time being. If you need anything, please let me know. The camp is yours. Please visit and search around. We appreciate all of the help. I do have a lot of work to get to. There's hungry men that need to be fed, and I've got to get these bastards to work. But call upon me if you need anything.
And when will we be departing for the front?
For the front. He's like, oh, I would speak to Sir Roderick about that. I do not command the army. I am just here in charge of the camp while he's away.
Find is Sir Roderick.
Sir Roderick will return at some point, midday, usually before dusk, with the army. And I hope that his health is good and that the day was great, and you can speak with him.
Okay.
Before we speak with him, I am going to very casually, without moving my lips, speak in a slightly echoey voice to everyone in their mind, and emoting physically like I was talking normally. Is it just me, or is the pride and joy of our military disgusting and really a letdown?
I was already prepared for disappointment when there was no women.
I was also prepared for disappointment when I found out that they were rude at the entrance with the cavalry.
I find it odd that we were told them as deserters by the king, and this Sergeant Cicero says there's nothing.
Well, you never want word of desertion to spread, because then there'll be more deserters, because people will know why they're deserting.
Yeah, it kind of
Also-
sucks for morale.
It also could be that that it's some line of communication has been changed or altered. Maybe they don't know, and the king knows. Maybe only the higher ups know. It doesn't seem like the sergeant is very high up on the totem pole.
Something
is
just
true.
something just doesn't sit right with me.
Well, that is fair, as it is very difficult for you to sit on anything or for anything to sit on you.
But not a long time, sir. That being said, while this tent is very comfortable, I can resummon this at will. So I suggest we get more of a word on the people that live here, find more information. Maybe the people know. Maybe they've lost brothers in war and sisters in war. Give us more information about this.
Sounds like a good idea.
This sergeant looks to you guys in the long silence, and he's like, very well, I am needed. Please call if you need anything else. And he disappears into the camp. Rain-soaked planks are kind of lining. Like, most of this place is just mud, and it's water, and it's just uncomfortable. Like, the planks are kind of walkways, but most of them are, like, broken and bowed, and yeah, all the glory
Have
that...
you ever seen Hell on Wheels? Ever seen Hell
Yes,
on Wheels?
very
It's
much like that.
When a tent like that, it's just mushy, it's mucky, it's like disease. Oh,
Exactly like that. Yeah, all of the glorious tales that boys hear about the army and the Eastern Front is long lost and forgotten, and obviously not very well funded or supplied. So these people are in a desperate situation. But he disappears, and you guys have the camp. You walked by the infirmary, the kitchens, and then just kind of the general area and training grounds.
Are we currently on the Eastern Front, or are we set to leave to the Eastern Front?
This is the Eastern Front. This is the main.
Okay.
This is the main fort that they have, and they're staging all of their commands and stuff here. The army is away at the moment. It's on campaign and patrol. Sir Roderick is leading the host, but he should return with the majority of the men before sundown, and that's what you know.
Well, I'm not sure if I'll be accompanied, but I most certainly will make my way to the cook's fires. Not getting in the food line, but simply hanging around the cooks and casually sparking a conversation of, so, has anyone heard of any news? I've heard a dozen bits of news, but I'm not sure how much I can say. Using my status to provoke intrigue.
Is the rest of the party following, or are we splitting off? What do you guys want to do?
I'll follow. I'm interested.
Okay.
To the alcohol.
The alcohol's always where I am.
So as you guys make your way back to the kitchens, it's kind of an open tent. Like I said, there's multiple huge cauldrons bubbling over open fires. You enter, and some of the supply lines, sacks of potatoes, sacks of grain, wheat, barley, all types of things are being unloaded as you guys approach. When you do, when I'm sorry, I've already forgotten your character's name. Give me a second. Fluick. When Fluick, you reach out to spark conversation, you do see a man peeling potatoes. He gives you a good look. Behind him is another soldier, kind of keeping guard. They look to be quite wealthy. The armor that they have and the boots that they have are extremely fine. In your mind, you suspect that these are rich kids that are just here at the doing their duty, but not seeing true battle. But he looks up, and the man peeling potatoes says, "Ah, well, look at you, sir. Finally, a gentleman among the ranks." He's like, "Welcome. What can I do for you?"
And seeing that they're peeling potatoes despite their status, I will very casually take a seat right next to them and pull out a dagger and begin whittling away at a potato with them. Well, I simply wish to know the news. This is, after all, supposedly the most active front our kingdom has ever seen. Surely there is some news. Some terror in the deep that everyone talks about and is merely more than a fish tale.
Well, I don't know a whole lot. I've been peeling potatoes and cutting onions. I haven't seen a whole lot, but all I know are the supplies have been thin. Thank God the king has sent supply. The supply lines have been attacked by those bleeding Argentos for the last 6 months or so. We've pillaged the lands dry. The farmlands have been seeing a blight. So we've been foraging and hunting in the Bleakwood, but even then, everything has been pretty miserable.
You know, I was just talking to Private Henry over on the other side of the camp, and according to him, I have no evidence for this, but according to him, he and a couple of his buds have been having weird night terrors, and of course, we're here just to reinforce the camp, so we want to know whatever anyone knows. Do you guys having night terrors? Surely not.
Make a deception check, and then make a persuasion check.
Deception. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
He looks at you. He's like, "I never heard of no Sergeant Henry," but he does.
I said Private Henry.
Private Henry.
212. That's not pretty.
It's like, yeah, I hear every once in a while about soldiers having night terrors, but war is hell. They told you that, right? It's a rough thing. But there are men that have been sick. Lots of men have been sick. I don't venture out much. Unfortunately, he kind of looks down.
What is this sickness that you speak of?
I don't know much about it, to be perfectly honest. I know that a lot of the men, we thought it was fever, and so a lot of the people are getting treated for that. We thought it was because we're weak and our supplies are thin. Some of the food was rotten, but some of the screams at night, he kind of looks away for a second. It's like, I don't know much. Honestly, I don't really get out much of the kitchens, to be truthful. What I would say is, if you are interested about the sickness, I would talk to Dr. Monroe. She's been treating them, and she's well versed in all of that.
Dr. Monroe, how long has she been here? Or
Oh.
he been here?
She's been here longer than I have. I just got sent here maybe 6 months ago, but she's been here since the entire effort. 4 or 5 years?
Takes notes. And is she also a human like you as well?
He laughs. He's like, yes, she's human. Most people in this camp you'll find are human. And you would have noticed that almost every single person here is human. you haven't seen any of the folk at all. No elves, nobody. In fact, you guys are the most diverse on this side. He's like, yeah, Dr. Monroe, she's a very sweet and kind woman. She would tell you more about that. About the sickness, I don't know much. I know people talk about stories of nightmares and bad dreams, but I've never experienced it myself, to be honest. I figured it was just the horrors of war, you know, that old thing.
After peeling the third potato, I will sit up and casually toss a silver to both of these people, even though only one of them has really been talking. Probably pay like crap and can't give much, but we are looking for answers, so I suppose we're off to the 6th tent. I do hope you fellas have a good day.
The man, he peeling potatoes, he jumps. He's like kind of startled. You would suspect him to be a coward. He jumps and he fumbles the coin as it falls to the ground. And he's like, very well, nice to talk to you guys. And the man behind him walks over to help the rest of the people kind of unload the provisions as you guys leave this place.
Well, unless anyone else has anything to say, I believe our next stop is the sick tent.
I would turn to Vaughn and say, Vaughn, so what do you think is going on with this sickness?
Well, what I think is, to be perfectly honest, I don't know much, but it's one of two things. Either it's perfectly natural and will run its course, and immunities will be had and people lost, as with all sickness, or it is something completely unholy, and that's why we're here, is it not?
I don't know if it's unholy, but it definitely doesn't seem like a natural occurrence.
All
I've never heard of
provision-
any sickness with night terrors this persistent.
I don't know. In my experience, humans are quite.
Fragile, yes.
You know, I would agree, but I've never actually had a night terror.
Not even when you were sucking your mother's teat.
Nope. As far as I can remember, I haven't even dreamed. I have dreamt, but they're not dreams as people describe them. I know it's odd, but we truly do have a place to be going.
Oh, well, yes, of course. I forget how short the lives are, on wizards. Please, let us continue.
Where are you guys heading off to?
The
I
sick
think we're
tent.
headed. Yeah, I think we're headed to the sick tent.
Okay.
But before we leave, Vaughn is going to go join the soldiers and encourage like a Mulan moment where they're all
Let's
singing
get
like
down
a
to
girl we're
business.
fighting for. Like he started the whole musical with
Do
all
per-
the drunkards. in the
All you have to
daytime.
do is, while you're leaving, just shout into the tent, "A girl we're fighting for!" And
Give
it
us,
just spontaneously starts.
Give us a performance and see how well you boost some morale. These guys have
Huh.
There you go.
Damn, that's some good
Vaughn
performance.
standing there like some Maybelline commercial, like
Maybelline.
my work here is done.
You see, yeah, everybody suddenly their faces soften. They're much happier as you kind of give them a rousing talk and a song. Couple of people are clapping their hands and bopping their heads, even though their supervisor's like, "Get the fuck back to work! What are you guys doing? This is not a thing." But you leave the place a little bit better than you found it. Most people are feeling a little bit more lighthearted. There's good food coming in. The thin soup is getting dumped out, and they're getting stew, and there's meat, and it's nice, and everyone's having a good time, feeling great.
So they break out into like Disney musical and then
Yeah.
they just go back to work like nothing happens.
It's like
And
a
then I
flash
just
mob.
like done, and they just suddenly go back like nothing happened. Okay.
Yeah. You see, Kotan is just visibly disappointed because he liked the somber mood, and that's all happy.
It's like, God damn it, I was finding my. He's like, it was working for me.
I was balancing my Zen chakras.
So as you guys head towards the infirmary, it's a huge open area tent with rows of soldiers on the ground that are being tended by too few staff. Many of the soldiers are crying out in pain. Some of them are stirring restlessly in their sleep. Others, they're strapped down into the ground, and they are being treated by people almost like they're having seizures. Do you know what tetanus does? Untreated tetanus,
You get lockjaw.
yeah, your entire muscles, everything, your entire body will lock
Yep.
down. So these guys are just in such a way that they're having to be strapped down. They've got belts and other pieces of like wood and cord in their teeth so they don't shatter. And you do see a woman. One moment.
The women.
You do see one woman who stands out. She is donned in a very conservative long dress. Her head is covered almost in a nun-like garb. She's got several salves and potions and a variety of medicines hanging at her belt. There's a tome with the symbol of Lathander against her belt as well. And she's bent down looking over the sick. She's dabbing the forehead of a young boy who's lost his arm. She says a couple of words to the staff there and leaves to go check on a few other people. And as she's moving away from the patient, she sees you enter the tent. She cleans her hands in a bowl, wipes them on her apron that is blood-stained, and there's other stains, bodily fluids of all types. And she kind of straightens her skirts and walks over and says, "Welcome. I don't think I've ever seen the likes of you. You must be adventurers."
Indeed. I recommend you speak to my companions while I investigate something else.
You've never
And I
heard
will-
of Anansi? Of the Vermog, of the Golden Sands?
I-
You've not.
I-
Focus fluttering right now.
She's like,
Cast gust. That's it.
he's like prestidigitation, just,
Slowly, just
and she's like, she looks to you and she's very polite, and she's like, unfortunately, good sir, my good lord, I cannot. I have been tending to the wounded here for quite some time, and beyond that, my studies did not allow me to venture into the greater world. Surely you're famous. You do look different. Where do you hail from, good sir?
I hail from the Golden Sands of the South. I am of the Ramag. That is my people. We are known spellcasters that are known to weave magic and artifice as better than no other. And he holds up his staff.
It's just the Southlands. That's impressive. That's a long journey to get here. And who are the rest of your friends? And she looks to Vaughn. It's like a very strange company indeed, but a welcome sight.
The lady, and he'll offer his hand to do like, the kiss thing, and then he sees all the blood on it. It's just he slowly retracts.
Yeah, her hands are rough. Her nails are like blackened with like blood and all kinds of grime. She's very, very pretty, but just not well kept. Obviously, she's in the trenches with the boys. So she smiles and she gives a nice curtsy, and you can tell that she's, bred from good stock and that sort of thing. And she's like, "Oh, well met, kind sir." And what does this man plan on to investigating? She looks over to Fluick, and what are you doing? What are you investigating?
I have gone to one of the people who look to be strapped down and have slowly pulled off my left leather glove and gently touched the forehead of the man. And I'm going to attempt to use 5 points of lay on hands to cure this man of one disease.
Okay. As you do so, he seems to ease a bit, but he is unconscious after you do that. But he is still grinding his teeth. The affliction that he suffers is not a disease. You know that to be true. But his body is soothed for the time being.
Well, gentlemen, I have most certainly confirmed our worst fears that this is no common flu.
She's like, "What are you doing with that man?" He's like, "Are you?"
Well, to be exact, what I've just done is probably remove a cold or something. Um, I am a healer, though not a I am not an ordinary type. I am a a combative healer, a paladin.
So
And
praise Lathander. And she'll walk over and inspect the work, and the man who was like kind of chomping at the bit and trying to pull away from it, he's at ease. And she sighs. She's like, "Oh, that's good. Well, I appreciate any help that you've given us. There are plenty sick here. Your healing is greatly appreciated. I hear that there's medicine and supplies from the capital. Is that true?"
we arrived with it. And I am going to somewhat look away, try to find someone who looks to be in a similar condition, but hopefully not unconscious, and hopefully less deep into it. Is how I'm gonna say that.
There's a lot of people afflicted with this. A lot of people. There's all types of manners of restraints, but you do see one man, like an attendant. He's wearing just kind of all white, plain clothes, and he's holding the man down, who's yelling nonsense. Really, just they're coming. No, the darkness,
Okay.
the trees.
That man in particular, I'm going to rush over to and attempt to help hold down and do two things. One, use 5 more points of lay on hands, because it's now or never, basically. It's not really a combat thing. And I'm going to attempt to telepathically talk to him. And one of the two ways I can do it, to at the very least glean whatever the hell he's talking about, if not actually talk to him and say, "What are you talking about?"
Can you show me the ability that allows you to do that?
I will show you both of them.
Sure.
That's the racial one, and the sorcerer one, not that, that.
One moment. An hour. Okay. You can telepathic, bonus action. Okay. You can't glean into their thoughts, but you can just speak. You can communicate.
No, I'm trying to see if their mind is any bit more intelligible than their speech.
No, the mind is preoccupied on pain. This person is basically nonverbal at this point. There's just he's in so much pain that his body is tightening to the point where almost he's bowing backwards. Almost looks like he's going to break his own back as you guys try to hold him down. He almost has superhuman strength, but with your help, you're able to push him down. The lay on hands doesn't cure his ailment, but it does seem to put him in more of a sedated situation. But he's grinding his teeth so bad that you can see they're breaking away slightly. And the man, he reaches into his pouch and he pours milk of the poppy basically to calm this guy down, drug him up enough to where he's just drugged out and just non-verbal, not moving much.
Dr. Monroe, I don't suppose you know where a subject would be that is still intelligible in the way they talk.
Once they're at this stage, it's pretty much lost. All we can do is make sure that they're comfortable before they go.
Well, I've heard from the king. There are people that have night terrors that are still intelligent and can talk.
Sure. And you can ask any soldiers, there's plenty. But once they're in that state, we've done our best to try to calm them down. None of our salves, none of our potions seems to do anything. And we can, at best, we can get them to be calm and try to remove the pain, but a lot
Why
of them
not?
wander. That's how it usually starts. Whatever
Where do you find them wandering?
all about. the Bleakwood mostly. Sometimes hunting parties and foragers, they'll find them in the Bleakwood. At first,
Does it seem like they know where they're going?
sometimes when we do find them wandering, they're in kind of this fugue. Their mind is blurry, clouded. They can speak to us, but they're almost in like a dream-like sequence. But by the time most of those people are in that state, the tremors and the seizures happen. But I have talked to a few. They do mention dark trees. So there's some preoccupation with the forest, but I do not know.
I'm ritually casting Detect Magic as this is happening.
When did these attacks start again?
Which attacks? I'm sorry.
Sorry, these night terrors, this disease, this plague upon our camp.
I would say about, it's been going on for a while. I think it's something to do with the blight of the crops. There's a couple of farmsteads around here that we would work with before times got really desperate, but some type of blight has suffered their land, and we thought it was poisoning, but we stopped eating the food, so I don't think it's in the food. I'm not entirely sure, but it's been about 3 months when it really started to become obvious. At first, Sir Roderick and the other commanders thought that there were deserters. These men would just walk and leave. We'd have people here and they just disappear. That's one of the reasons why we have to strap them down, is they wander in the night.
I
But
have
the
a
men have
question.
been hard. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I have a question here. Is there any one of these people that are so far gone as if they would probably die, but not so far gone that they're like the fellow that is blabbering insanity?
Almost as you mentioned that, almost on cue, a man who is simple looking in the face. He doesn't look very smart. Huge, just built, broad shoulders. He's got a bare chest, and he's coming by with a cart. The cart is squeaking as he pulls up, and he's calling for the dead. And he looks over to Dr. Vanessa Monroe, and he's like, "Ma'am, I'm here for the dead." There are several people who are already dead that have been laid to rest. Some of them are neatly kind of shoulder to shoulder in the corner of the tent. And this man, he appears to go collect them. But you do see these dead bodies. Oh, as you detect magic, you do sense magic outside of the immediate magic items that everyone carries upon them. Straight up necromancy.
So I have deduced that there's a foul necromancer that and I say this loudly. I say there's a foul necromancer that has laid plague to this group of people. We must find him and smite him underneath the golden sands and make him repent for his sins and his 7th reincarnation.
Literally everybody who's conscious reels back in horror at the mention of a necromancer. You imagine a lot of these people are just kind of commoners and serfs, and magic by itself is very rare. But yeah, they're like, what in the hell?
And my cape is still flowing. He was like,
the doctor looks over. He's like, surely it can't be such foul magic. It is not a plague.
no, it is a necromancer. Listen, Cloak Flaps. I am a wizard. I study magic. I know what magic is. I am trying to tell you, with the words that are coming out of my mouth, this is foul necromancy that is done by a necromancer. Listen, we must speak to the people that lead here, and we must find out where they're going, and we must go to there, and then we must kick their monkey ass.
Ah, such eloquent words from our wizard.
Well, I do speak among the common folk. I picked up a couple things along the way. Of course, I must be able to talk with the common.
A high society noble that occasionally interjects like a New York gangster sounds hilarious to me.
I'm mixing up a little bit. Mark.
Koton doesn't say a word. He just has a smile and nods in agreement with everything Anansi just said.
It's like, kill the bad guy. Magic is bad. Vaughn, you're
I'm-
going to say something?
I'm going to move to the front of the tent, where generally the less dead people, like the more unstable the people are, the further back in the tent they go. I'm going to go to the front of the tent and attempt the same thing that I just did with preferably someone who's semi-conscious and not strapped down or anything quite yet, but who obviously isn't here for a missing arm or something.
I would say you can find a couple of people that are just sick or tired, or they have like an arrow to the knee. Just there are some people with light wounds that are being patched up here.
I'm specifically looking for someone that looks to have this ailment, but isn't at the stage where
There aren't
they're
any.
delirious.
There aren't any.
There aren't any.
It's
Ugh.
for them. It's difficult to diagnose because the only time they can see it is when it presents in kind of the wandering, and generally by the time they kind of get them treated, it happens very suddenly. It's kind of like rabies. Like once the symptoms are there,
You're
yep,
done.
it's already done. Unfortunately, but yeah.
Maybe. So Khotan, he walks to one of the delirious ones and he goes, maybe we could shake the delirium from them. And he begins trying to shake one of them.
Oh, Khotan, my dear sir,
I take notes as it's happening just to confirm it.
let the man rest.
How hard are you shaking this guy?
Well, I am a Goliath, so even if it's a gentle shaking for him, it would probably maybe kill a baby.
Make an intimidation check as you're shaking the shit out of this guy.
Beat the devil out of here. Devil, get out. Get out of here, devil.
18.
The man, he's like he's shaking the crap out of him. He's like, "What do you want? I'm sorry. What is going on? Help! Stop!"
Vaughn's gonna slap Khotan on the back of the Stop it! You're making us look bad in front of her.
I didn't mean to take your lunch money when we were 6. I'm sorry.
I'm embarrassed for you.
So this guy actually comes to then.
Yeah, he is in a fugue state, but yeah, he's just. What are you doing? So you grabbed one of the guys that got sedated.
Oh, I didn't even know. I just found one.
Yeah,
I
and
didn't even.
You!
he's shocked and in a bit of terror, but he is awake and he is semi-responsive to you. As long as you stop shaking the little shit out. You're gonna have
Yeah, no, I
shaken baby
start,
syndrome.
when I see him come to, I stop shaking him.
Yeah, he's afraid. But I mean, he's like an infant in your hands, basically. Like,
That man in particular, I'm going to cast. I know I have it. There it is. I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts, and I'm going to physically look inside that man's head since his thoughts seem to be in something of an order.
okay, the man is thinking, "Holy crap, I'm afraid. My body hurts." They're just kind of surface level, right? With
I'm
Detect Thoughts?
I'm using my action to dive deeper, so he must make a Wisdom saving throw. I am looking for any memories of any sort of dreams or something.
So when you cast a spell as an action, you can search the thoughts, penetrate barriers, 2 intelligence once you take presence. Okay.
Is it intelligence? I thought it was wisdom.
It's a intelligence check. It doesn't matter. He's got a flat roll regardless. So as you're kind of getting into this man's mind, it's a hazy. I'm trying to explain how it comes on because it's not clear to you. It's not like, hey, hello, here's a book that you're reading. The thoughts come
Yeah.
in kind of like clouds, and the sky is very hazy. Some of the thoughts that come to are visions of the battlefield, visions of his mother and the lands that he comes from. The immediate danger of a 7 foot, 400-pound barbarian ragdolling him. And then just a nagging pain and unease, but no immediate visions or anything like that you would see. He's
So-
awake, He's awake. and
Even
that's what
trying to look for any dreams or anything, I'm not finding anything.
He's not asleep. He's not dreaming.
Well, I'm trying to look for memories of dreams. Which, to be fair, I have no idea what a memory of a dream feels like.
That's more like modified memory. Then.
Yeah, you do kind of the surface level stuff that's coming up in the immediate, but nothing. So you could probably just ask the guy. He is talking. He's like, "Please stop, put me down.
So
I'm in pain."
the Kotan does stop shaking him, and then Kotan looks at him and goes, "You, what is your name?"
Rochester, sir. And he's like rolling his shoulder, just like, "Oh God." He's breathing
Right.
kind of ragged and wet.
Rochester. Why are you here?
To serve in the good king's army.
That's not what I meant. Why are you in this tent?
You would see an obvious wound on his person. Like his leg is wrapped. He's
Oh.
he's bad. His leg
Did
is
you
pretty
read-
messed up.
Well, then
I thought
You're good.
he grabbed the delirious guy.
He is also delirious.
Yeah.
He can have both.
did
Uh,
you get this wound in the forest?
No, I don't remember how I got this wound. And as he's kind of looking at his knee for the first time, Dr. Vanessa comes by and she says, "Yes, when we found him in the forest, he was struggling against us, and we had to take him down, unfortunately." He was fighting
Rochester,
against us.
why were you fighting against them?
His eyes are kind of milky and kind of dreamy, and he's like, I don't remember anything. I don't
All right, I
remember
start
how I
shaking
got
him
here."
again.
As you do, his body, the shock of it, his body begins to tense up. He's grinding his teeth again, and he's seizing in a similar way. The man is like extremely distressed, and at that point, the doctor would come and kind of intervene and try to move her body in between the two. He's like, "Let this poor man alone. Don't you see that he's suffering? He's suffered enough." It's like, I don't know what you're doing.
Yes, I think that. So hold on. So let's gather our facts here. So we know that the Bleakwood Forest is where all these people are going. So we know where we need to go. We just need to know where exactly.
Which, though it may be unethical, we could wait on the perimeter to the forest and during the night's watch and wait for someone to breach the perimeter and follow them.
Unethical? That's what I was thinking. Good job. They're gonna
No,
die anyway, right?
I-
Why not them die to save the rest of their fellows? We track them down, we kill them, and
If there's that many people moving in a single direction, I could track which direction they were moving in the forest.
smart. It's probably going to the same exact place because it's all being done probably by a stinking necromancer.
Damn necromancers.
I fucking hate them. I
Best
think that
case scenario, it's a necromancer.
when you see him, Kotan, I want you to do a wrestling move, what I've seen in the play, the classic DDT. Put him in the fucking core.
I know of this DDT, and I will be happy to do it to this necromancer.
So finally, after you guys kind of talk there, suddenly you hear "Doo, doo," as you hear the sound of a war horn as the guards of the gate kind of cry out. There's a sound of thunder coming from the west and commotion in the camp. Soldiers are donning their gear. You can kind of see them heading towards the gate. And after a while, the gate opens to reveal a host of soldiers coming back from battle. A man in silver armor and fur-lined cloak stands out at the head of the column. He rides a mighty black warhorse whose hooves are the size of boulders. Its neck is half as thick as the man is tall. And this goes on for a while. It's a massive amount of people, probably 20,000 strong. It's a whole host. For nearly an hour, men on horseback and foot kind of spill into the gate. Armor is doffed, weapons are stowed, horses are stabled, the wounded tended to. There's a big commotion in the camp as this goes Um, and after some time, after things kind of settle down, men are rejoicing at the sight of supplies and food and medicine, and they see all of the different reinforcements bearing the sigil of the king. The man in the silver armor approaches the group after some time has passed, and he introduces himself. He's got short, cropped black hair, maybe 4 or 5 days of stubble on his face, a scar across his left brow. His armor, although extremely fine and silver is patinaed, probably years of use, and his fur mantle wraps around him. He is pretty tall. He's about 6'1", and he approaches the group, and he's got a personal guard around him. They look a cut above everybody else, and he introduces himself as Sir Roderick. And his men call him Lord Commander. But he introduces himself. He's like, "So you are agents of the king, I take it. What is the business? What is your business here? I'm not understanding. I appreciate the supply, but when I heard high-level adventurers such as yourself are here..."
We are here to solve your problem with the madness moving through this camp.
And necromancy. Hook billowing.
Possibly related. Possibly not.
As soon as you say necromancy, he looks around, kind of see who's within earshot, and he's like, "Come with me," immediately. And he's like, he's going to usher you guys towards the fine tents, kind of the commander's area. He's got his helmet tucked under his arm, and it's growing darker as you guys approach. This section of the tent is on a hill. The tents here are much finer. He and his personal guard kind of doff their armor as they get warm. They're getting wine poured, various other things, as they are sweaty and dirty and weary of battle. But he ushers you guys. He says, "Let's keep the talk of necromancy down, please, good sir. I have..."
So no talk of necromancy. You've got it.
Thank you. Now,
But
is
what?
this? Well, not amongst the men. It's like morale is low enough, as you can surely see. But let's hear. Let's go to my private chambers. Let's talk more of this necromancy.
As we're going, I will whisper to him in his ear. So deserters, you say? That's a funny story you're telling the king, is it not?
Make an insight check as you say that.
Well. Like that's like a steel trap, baby. I'm terrible at these though. 2.
Ooh.
As you say that, you
My
don't.
character isn't.
Yeah, you're good. You don't notice anything from him.
I don't suppose I can also make an insight check.
No, he was saying it to him. But he walks into the tent and he ushers you guys in there, and it's a huge tent, extremely fine. It's like you walk in. There's its own personal hearth, like velvet tapestries. The place is legit. A huge bed. But in the bed, you see the outline of a man, and this place is extremely well guarded. There's 3 men at the front entrance, 4 men at the back entrance, and there's multiple guards kind of patrolling this area. This whole place is like highly secured. But he sits down wary and kicks off his greaves, and he's like unbuckling his armor. And he's like, "Sit. Please help yourself to some wine. There's some food on the table. Now tell me, what do you know about these deserters?" And he looks over to the wizard.
Well, these deserters, in air quotations, are afflicted by some kind of necromancy that is causing them to go in some strange night-like terror, and die after your people save them from the bleak woods, the bleak woods, as you call it, or something like that. So I'm gonna clap Coach on the back. He's a pretty good tracker from what I've heard. Since there's so many of these people going there, we're going to potentially go follow the tracks of these soldiers and find out where they're going, investigate, kill the necromancer or whatever's causing them to be afflicted by this foul curse or disease, and then we shall rid you of your plague, and I will get my weight in gold, preferably ruby dust, but gold is work. That's the plan.
So when he says this, Kotan already has like a big chunk of meat in his hand, and he's just eating it and just guzzling down wine. And to everything he just said, I just go, just nodding up.
Sir Roderick looks to you for a very long time. He's like, necromancy, are you sure of this?
I look at him, I stare, I lean forward, look him in dead in the eye. I'm like, do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, sir? Listen, first it was Monroe, now it's you. I am a wizard. Throws a fucking firebolt in the air. I know my magic. Believe me, I wouldn't just say it's necromancy if it wasn't. Trust in the wizard.
So that firebolt's not gonna actually hit the ceiling of this place, right?
This burns down.
Fireball kills us all.
So Sir Roderick, after doffing his armor, you can see the clothes underneath are just wet with sweat and grime, and he's washing his hands in a bowl, washing his face, toweling off. He's like, I was afraid of something like that. He's like, yes, we've been finding men wandering in the Bleakwood for some time. At first we thought they were just deserting. That was truly what we honestly thought. But then it became more prevalent. We didn't always find the men. It was just by chance that we did. And one of our hunting patrols ended up catching a couple soldiers. And we've been trying to patrol the area, but the Bleakwood has become a dangerous place recently. He's like, this sickness has been going on for some time. The Duke, his situation's quite bad. In fact, if you are a wizard and you are here to help, perhaps we should take a look.
You should take a look? We, as in you and I in this party?
Please.
Okay.
We've been trying to keep this under wraps for some time. The health of the Duke has been kind of under wraps for some time. And you would know the king, he was in like, the Duke is the actual person who runs the show. But he stopped sending letters to the king, official updates and that sort of thing. And so Sir Roderick, he looks to you, he's like, follow me, give me a moment. He changes his clothes and he's buck-ass naked. Like he's full naked, doesn't care. This is wartime. He's a freaking soldier. He puts on new clothes, change of everything, wraps his cloak around him, and then pushes out. He's like, follow me. The Duke's quarters are here. After some time, maybe 5 minutes away, you come to an extremely extravagant tent. It's huge. The guards that Sir Roderick had around his thing, this is like half a battalion. It's a ridiculous amount of armed soldiers around this area. You guys are immediately met by security. They see Sir Roderick. They nod him through. All of them keep wary eyes on everybody in attendance, especially the big barbarian who's like bare-chested and wielding a massive axe. But they give the tiefling a strange look as well, as these men are probably superstitious. But as you guys enter the Duke's quarters, the rich fabrics of the tent reveal the station of this man within. It's got gilded thread and crimson adornments. The whole place is legitimate. Laying down in a 4-post bed, which somehow, how the hell did they get this way out here? You see kind of the faint outline of a man. And Sir Roderick comes to his side. A woman is leaving the tent as she had just kind of tended to his wounds. And he kneels before him and puts his hand on his chest. And he's like, Father.
Have you tried shaking him?
I would actually put my hand on his chest. Okay, we're not shaking the Duke here, are we?
No, he does shake his father's shoulder. Father. And you see his eyes come very sleepily. He looks bad. He's got gaunt, sunken cheeks. His eyes are hollowed and black. This man, you guys would know he's relatively famous. He's a man in his late 50s. He looks well beyond his years. And he struggles to look at him. But you would suspect this man, he has a reputation for being basically a war hero. This guy is like, he rose the ranks. He wasn't born into a dukedom. He was given the dukedom and the land and all of the host of, so from his feats of action, this guy is pretty famous. The Duke of Rogensford, Duke Vincent, yeah, he's pretty well known.
Like
Even
Robert Baratheon, essentially.
exactly, he's well known, and he took and got everything that he's ever earned here. But to see this man, kind of a shell of his former glory, his son kind of sits there and he's like, "Father, I have some people I'd like for you to speak with." And his father is kind of extremely wary, milky-eyed. He's like, "What? Son," he reaches out, kind of a frail hand to grasp his face. Who is here? I'm so thirsty." He gives him some water, and he helps his father sit up, and he looks to you guys. And for a moment, it doesn't seem like his eyes register who's there, but then suddenly there's a sharpness and an acuity behind his eyes that you're like, oh, this guy is different than the rest of the rabble who's been dealing with this. And he looks to you and he's like, "Who are these people?" And his son says, "They're here to help. They want to talk."
Can I cast a spell in your presence? This is simply to detect any foul necromancy. I prefer to do this as I did inside of the cave. I mean, outside of the infirmary.
"A wizard of the Ramag," he says. And he starts coughing. He's kind of got a wet cough. He's like, "Of course, you're famous even in these lands."
I bow deeply and begin to ritually cast detect magic again in the background while everybody talks.
Well, I'm most certainly going to give the Duke the same treatment that I gave some soldiers, and lay my bare hand on his brow and dispel any disease and give him as much health as possible.
He is doped up. They've got the milk of the poppy and an IV drip on this guy. He's but he does his breathing is less ragged, and you do see a little bit of strength behind his eyes, and he's like, "Thank you, Paladin. What is all of this? Why are you here? Is there some trouble in the capital?"
We are here because of the trouble here on the Eastern Front.
He looks over to Roderick, kind of like, "What's going on?" And he looks back. "What trouble?"
I begin to. I'm speaking as I'm doing the ritual. Like, yeah. So, there was trouble from the king. He sent us out to investigate it. That being said, now that we've come here, we also came with the cavalry and food as well. Though there is some kind of strange affliction going around in the camp, and we believe that you also have it. As I'm literally setting up potions and stuff.
As the detect magic goes off, 100% he is racked with this. The feeling that you have, this man has magic as well. He's an Eldritch Knight, so he's got his own kind of wards against this, but whatever he has is failing him. But you do recognize that he's afflicted with whatever curse is stricken the rest of the people.
Game recognized game.
Yep.
I would tell him that, and I would whisper this to him because we're in earshot. I whisper this to him. I says, "You're afflicted by foul necromancy. I and my group have been sent here to figure out what is going on and to rid you and your people of this affliction."
Just for craps and giggles, I'm gonna fire off a divine sense because these guys are afflicted by necromantic energies, But are there any actual undead, celestials, fae, or fiend in the camp?
Within 60 feet of you, no. And you don't get that feeling that there are here.
Okay.
And he looks to the wizard. He's like, I'm aware of this curse. I did not know it afflicted my men. And I did not know that word had gotten out. Truly, I don't even know how many days have passed. So it's worse than I expected. And he kind of shakes his head. And he kind of struggles and trying to pushes himself up. His jaw clenches, and he kind of, you can see like a fit trying to take over him. His jaw starts clenching and his fist balls up, but he wills it away, just a pure force of will, and it subsides. And he takes a deep breath. He's like, so what is it that you wish to know? I do know of this thing. I've been dealing and battling it for some time.
How did you become afflicted with this curse?
I don't know when or how, but it
My
started
lord,
with...
did you enter the Bleakwood Forest?
No, I have
No.
not. Rarely do I leave this place unless I'm on the battlefield with my son. I don't know what caused it, but I know it started with foul dreams, dreams of the crucified man.
These dreams, how much can you remember of them?
He's got a faraway look now as he's kind of recalling. You can see his eyes are somewhere distant,
Right.
and he says he wears death's mask and has daggers for hands. It's immense and horrific, this creature. It pulls on me. It does not speak, but I see a terrible gateway, a portal, and I don't understand. There's something rooted here that is pulling me, but it's the crucified man. It's a giant. I see a vision of this giant crucified creature floating in an endless wasteland. I don't know its purpose, but it whispers dark things to me.
It seems like you've been afflicted by a curse. If you were up to the Bleakwood, is there anything in the Bleakwoods that would stand out to you as notable, such as maybe like a large statue, a cave, maybe a particularly colored part of the forest, maybe?
Sir Roderick, something in his mind, he's like, we did come across a hut, but that's really the only thing that stands out. The water supply comes from the Bleakwood. There's a river that runs through.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond that, there's no effigies, there's nothing like that in your description.
Well, could you take us to this hut?
Yeah, we can ride out in the morning if you'd like. I'd rather not travel in Bleakwood, and if I'm being honest, I'm quite weary. It's been a long day of battle.
Absolutely. We'll take off in the morning. And I look at the Duke and I say, we will be strong. Have the strength of a giant in your heart and in your bones. In this curse. And I'll turn and leave. Cloak clapping.
Before we leave, Kotan, he looks to the Duke and he says, is it true that in your youth you tricked a dragon back to its own horde?
He smiles and he goes to talk and begins to cough violently. So much so that he's racking over, doubling in pain. He can't speak. He's got a hand up as Roderick kind of goes to help him, and he's just coughing. And he gets through it, and he shakes his head, not as if to answer, just to kind of get through it. And he lays back down and says, there's stories for some other time. I'm feeling weary. I need to sleep.
Kotan
talk
gives
in the
him much
morning.
respect, puts his hand over his heart, grunts.
So Roderick stands. He's like, my father's not doing well. He needs to rest. We can ride out in the morning. I have duties I must attend with the army, but I do have a scout that can go with you, and he can show you this place. I must get some rest too. He stands up and he ushers you guys out of here. He goes back to his tents, and you guys are left in the cold night air amongst, there's some noise, there's some celebration. I guess the battle was well fought. Now that there's some booze and food, people are in high spirits, and the camp is it's jamming. People are having a good time.
You're muted though.
I said, come let us be in temperature control. As I ritually cast Lim Tiny Hut again. And, room temperature, baby. Above table. In character, I saw my hut, and it is a nice crisp 72. Great.
I've heard many tales of the Duke. I never thought I would see him so weak.
Well, then surely we must foil whatever is causing this, so that such a mighty figure might rise up again.
Agreed. My axe is hungry.
Command
So are
says
we
it's-
staking out the patients tonight?
No, we're going to the hut. Let them wander off and kill themselves. Whatever, that's fine. We must save the Duke. That is important. We need to be at full strength, because if we seek to fight a necromancer, he will use our hearts and our wishes to help the sick and defenseless against us. We must be calm, rested, and collected for the big goal.
My, aren't you a chipper fellow?
I tend to be. We Ramog are quite practical.
Don't worry, they'll be happy.
So, I will in fact go out and cast alarm around the medic's tent entrance, so that if someone does wander out, I would at least know.
Ding 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 ding. All you hear is like the Mario Kart fucking super song music.
He's getting him set up.
But I will return back to the Shimmering Gold tent and pass around the small, thin bottle of some sort of double distilled vodka or sake or something.
The good stuff.
Still single barrel. Let's go.
Did you make this? Oh, I hope it's better than your last one.
I
That one
wish
sent me to the canteen for like weeks.
I could make something as fine. Cost me, I shit you not, 150
Oh, no more shit,
gold
no
for
more
that
shit.
one bottle.
Did
Coden-
you owe somebody a blood debt for that as well?
Well, technically I settled a blood debt by buying it, but that's another story.
Koten doesn't ask questions, he just takes a big, long draw from the bottle.
I don't ask
After the
questions,
bottle
I
is
just
immediately
drink.
gone and a single tear
Coden
rolls
is one of
down.
those guys. Like you say, oh yeah, man, you can have a sip, man. Drink
Yeah.
out the bottle. Like, dude, it's a sip, bro. It's a sip, dude.
Single tear rolling down Fluix's eyes. He watches so much of the fine alcohol disappear before his eyes.
I imagine Kotan is like Shaq with the little water bottle too. Just, just so
He
low.
drinks 4 beers of it. It's a nice sip. Hands it back. It's like a double shot left. Oh,
This is why I
man.
prefer the company of women. Barbaric.
What if they're Goliath women though?
I once
What?
bedded a Goliath woman. My pelvis took 2 weeks to recover.
Death by
The
snooze.
death by
snooze.
snooze.
Co-
By snooze.
Koten just laughs. Yes. That happens many times to Goliath men as well.
The mind is willing, but the flesh is weak.
They almost named me Kotan Pelvis Crusher.
Mound heart.
Yeah.
No, I mean like the women bruise like Goliath men's pelvises as well.
So instead of pelvis crusher, it's pelvis crust. Crushed.
Crushed.
You know,
Oh.
like 3 Goliath named that, like Pelvis Trust the Third.
Yeah.
From a long line of
Long
Pelvis
line of
Trust.
crushed pelvises.
All the men
Just-
there on wheelchairs.
Trust me, it's an honorary name.
Like, yeah.
As you guys kind of pass this drink around and kind of regale tales of, where you guys come from, the night ends. Through the night, it's relatively peaceful. No alarms go off. Early morning comes, as it always has and always will. And I don't know how early you guys get up. I don't know if your characters are like people who sleep in, but
Very
before dawn breaks, a soldier appears and he goes to wake you guys up, or at least he can't enter the Lehman's tiny hut.
No,
right? So
no.
he's knocking at the threshold.
The same sound that, like, you're tapping on a glass on a fish tank, and we're hearing the sound the
Yeah,
fish
dun,
hear.
dun,
Dun
dun,
dun 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 dun.
I literally stand up and I say, hold on, just in case he's some kind of assassin. This chicken got me out of Geneva. I'm going to go ahead and cast Gift of Hilarity on everyone again. Stretch. All right, so 4 minutes pass of him knocking, and then I drop the Lehman's tiny hut. And I say, it is I, Anansi.
Doo-doo. The veteran in mail armor is like, Jesus, let's go. I was told I need to bring you guys out into the forest. You needed a scout, a guide. I'm here
We
to take
didn't
you.
need one, but we were given one.
To the hut.
I know this hut.
If
All right.
possible, we could follow the waterway to the hut. That would be best.
The river does not run near it.
Damn.
But I can take you to this place.
Sure.
Let's go. And so after some time, you'll notice the camp is up against it. It's to its back. There's a rock face, and then the Bleakwood is to the east of the camp. As you guys enter, let me slide you over. The Bleakwood, this ancient forest, is overgrown and untamed. Its triple canopy turns day into night. It's unusually quiet, no life stirs here, and a smell of rot and damp surrounds everything in this place.
This place is not ominous at all. There'll be very nice people here. All right.
I could imagine settling down here one summer, I say sarcastically as I chop away a particularly big brush.
Vaughn's like tiptoeing around, like, ugh. Ugh.
Before we go
Ugh.
anywhere, make sure we have all of our things. This might get hostile. Is everybody prepared?
With the pommel of my steel sword, I will tap my plate and my shield. I have never been more prepared to get stabbed in my life.
By all means, go first, Fluid.
You should carry more buffs. All right. As I look at him, some kind of. He says, "Okay, go." He says, "All right." And you see me sprout demonic wings on my back.
Oh, shit.
All right. And I choose flight, and I choose resistance to non-magical damage. And I say, "Okay, let us go." And I'm flying now.
Sweet.
Whee!
As your flame wings beat, you guys move on. As you venture deeper into the woods, the elevation drops and you descend into a swamp. The ground changes from hard soil to muddy bog, where thick shrubs and vegetation makes it difficult to find solid footing, except for the wizard who's flying around. In the distance, you do see the outline of a hut. It has a thatched roof and is adorned by skulls of various animals. Your guide, he's like, "This is far as I will go. I'm going to head back to the camp. If you do not return in 1 day's time, we will send a search party." But
The skeletons in the water nearby certainly just make it look peachy. Ties the whole thing together.
he disappears. He's like, "I'm fucking out of here."
Well, that bodes well for us.
All right.
He Scooby-Doos the fuck out of there, leaving you guys here with the hut.
I will make sure to, as much as possible, be within 10 feet of everyone.
Koten starts fiddling with some some stuff at his side, and he pulls out what looks like charcoal and a little bit of water and begins mushing it up as I start getting a ritual ready, so that way we may be able to find where we need to go a little bit easier. So I could cast Commune with Nature.
Sweet. Briefly, when nature gain knowledge of the surrounding territory. In the outdoors, the spell gives you knowledge of land 3 miles of you. Dispel doesn't function. So you instantly gain knowledge of up to 3 facts of your choice about any of the following subjects. All right, what are the 3 choices you want to make?
All right, so terrain and bodies of water, prevailing plants, minerals, animals, people, powerful, celestial fae, fiends. I guess definitely any undead influences would be number 1, since
Okay.
we're dealing with a necromancer. And then just in general, the terrain, what kind of terrain we're dealing with.
Okay.
And then, just the existence of any kind of buildings that would be, where someone could hold up. Outside of, obviously, this place.
So as you commune with nature, what does it look like as you're crushing this charcoal?
So I crush the charcoal, and then I begin drawing different runes on my body. And I get on my knees, and I just start humming. And you hear a deep, and my eyes just roll, my normally very blue eyes just roll back into my head, and you just see the whites as I just kind of go into this trance. And in my own mind, everything just falls away but the land itself.
I use that description to quickly run to the bathroom. Pro DM tips, guys.
Pro strat.
Please,
Pro DM tip.
Please subscribe. So
Yeah.
as your eyes roll back white and you everything around you turns basically to like an infinite dark landscape, there is an extremely powerful undead presence about a mile north of here. Several entities operate here. Their power, like the Scouter, is over 9,000. These things are extremely powerful. Even you, a warrior of your standing and experience and prowess, you feel a cold chill to your bones, and they turn to ice as your heart sinks. And this leaves you with basically feeling like you're on death's door yourself. Something very vile, beyond anything you've ever experienced, is north of here. That's the undead presence. You said what else? It was the general landscape. The general landscape within 3 miles, I think is what it says.
Yeah.
So within 3 miles, it's mostly bog and swamp. The river is about a mile east of here. The bodies of water are just like standing bog, so they don't have actual natural outlets or anything. North in the area where you sense the presence is a very deep blight. The land is foul. Plants and animals, they're sickened. There's something like a festering wound in the land here. And what was the last?
It's just any kind of buildings that
out-
people can hold up in.
Other than this shanty in front of you, there are no buildings, nothing created. It would be like natural caves and stuff like that. You would know from that. But beyond that, there's nothing.
Damn. Alright.
But as you snap back to your senses, that cold, dark feeling of the undead presence stays and lingers with you.
I definitely just like throw up everything that was on my stomach.
Oh God, aim the other way. Not on the robes.
This is not a normal amount of puke too. This is definitely a Goliath amount.
Ugh.
like the Exorcist. You're just like.
Ugh.
Projectile vomit.
I wipe my mouth as I stand up, and I just look over to the party and I say, "We might be fucked."
Is that what your pelvis crushing sister would say, or would she fuck back?
Always the most delightful words from our group of companions here.
And
Of
Nancy,
course.
I find your chipper demeanor one to be admired. There is some unthinkable vile force to the north of here. It is undead, and it is powerful.
Just the north, not the cabin itself. That is covered in various skeletons of various types.
Yeah, that's just decoration.
The 3 elk skeleton in the pond over there are just decoration.
Well, there's a blight upon the land.
Probably caused by these necromancers. So this is probably where they might have holed up, or maybe they keep or they do their experiments, but they're probably not here. It is the daytime. They tend to meddle in dark and dank places, possibly on the ground. Necromancers. We should explore though. We should explore this house and see if there's not any hidden tunnels underneath, leading to caves with necromancers.
Well, okay, but you're going first.
The way my cloak is set up, it doesn't billow forward. It only billows backwards, so I must be back or else it would mess up my form, of course.
I'm too beautiful to die, so I'll be back.
Okay,
I walk. Kotan walks in first.
I'm literally dueling with
He
Bond
gets
to
the
get
he
back.
gets the gist. He knows his job.
Yeah. So, Koten, as you bow your head, because you're considerably larger than the doorway, you're kind of hunched over. The interior of the hut, there's only one large room in this hut. There's a table and a chair that sits in the center of the room with many books and notes that lay across it. The candles that serve as paperweights are melted to half their size. In the northwest corner, there's a small brick stove where blackened logs lay unlit underneath a large cast iron cauldron. The cauldron is empty. Many dried herbs and chemical reagents sit on a table here. In the northeast corner, there's a bedroll that lays on top of a large straw mat. And that's what you guys see.
Is it a wooden floor or just like ground?
It's wooden.
Wooden. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I hope the hut can support all of us.
Yeah, as you step in, like it definitely creaks and moans under your considerable weight.
Hmm.
I would like to investigate for any hidden entrances or anywhere on the floor where it looks like it might be like a false floor. That's what I'm
I
looking
will
for.
help.
Sweet. Investigation. Let's see it.
All right.
I'll be tapping places with sticks.
15.
With your help and advantage, 15. As you guys kind of look at different places, in the northeast corner where the bedroll was, it wasn't very well hidden. Underneath the straw mat, you lift that up and it reveals a trap door.
All right. Goliath first, as they say.
Mhm. I bow slightly, and I opened up the trapdoor.
It pulls open easily. You have to unlatch it. It's got kind of like an iron crossbar, but as you unlatch it and open it up, there is the good thing you lost your lunch already, because the wave of stench that comes up here is so powerful. It's warm, it's moist, and as you open it up, you see in this cellar there's body parts and full corpses piled around the room with grating under floor to catch the blood in troughs. There are some survivors that are mortally wounded and they writhe and moan in pain. The smell is overpowering.
Survivors?
There's some survivors. Actually, one of the survivors, as you guys kind of look in, he seems to be capable of speaking, and he's mouthing, "Water, water, water." He's a young man, maybe 18. He wears the garb of a soldier and wears the color of Roggenstead.
Does it look like he is not going to make it? Like,
It's hard to tell. You'd have to go in and really, you'd have to check. There's a ladder that descends into this place.
Wait. I say, hold on. This is gonna be a trap. I would like to look around and see if there's any kind of magical rooms or traps here that could be using our niceness as a trap. So I'd like to investigate again.
I will help.
Okay.
19.
You find no traps.
Okay.
This is just a crude, basically like just torture cellar where they're just keeping bodies. There are several survivors. A lot of them are mortally wounded, but they're just stacked on top of each other. Like those people who are trying to sleep, they can't. Like just bodies piled on bodies piled on bodies.
No man deserves this kind of death.
I will gladly be the first to rush down there with a water skin in one hand and a trembling empty hand in the other, looking for anyone who would need water, if to just appease them in their dying breaths, basically, or anyone that could possibly actually be saved or pulled from this crypt, basically.
The one who stands out is that young man. He's kind of on top of this writhing morass of bodies, and he trembles and he weeps as he takes the water, and he says in a very weak voice, "I don't want to die. I want to see my mother. I want to see my daughter, please. Before they come back, they took the others. I pretended to be dead, but I know they're going to come for me. Please." And he grabs onto you by your shirt collar, Fluick, and he's like, "Please don't let them take me. Please don't let them take me." He's like progressively getting more panicked.
I am going to grab his own collar and basically yank him off the pile, slapping his face 3 times. "Get a hold of yourself, man. The hell do you think we're here for?"
He snaps out of it and he's like, "You're right. Please help me." His leg, as you kind of lift him, you see his right leg is so badly broken, it just looks like a wet seeping, like a wet sack of bones. It's just basically a noodle leg. He's in a bad way. He's like, "Please help me out of here."
Kotan,
Okay.
can I get some assistance?
Yeah, I'll help. Kotan will move to help you.
With one of us at the bottom of the stairs or ladder and the other at the top.
Yeah, Kotan, as you step down there, you find it hard to find any ground beneath you. Unfortunately, you have to stand on something or someone as you're lifting him out. There are a couple of other survivors you would see, no more than, let's see. Oh, wow, 5 that you see here. The rest are so far gone that just moving them would probably end their lives now.
Well, especially with the help of Kotan, I'm definitely going to try and pull as many people that look like they can actually survive out as possible.
Yeah.
So with 6 people total?
6 people total, including the first one. You guys get them out, laid out. Most of them are soldiers. There's a couple of people that, like common folk. But yeah, it's bad. It smells like all of the worst stuff you can imagine. Body fluids, waste, blood. It's rot. It's bad. As that goes on, they're weeping. Some of them are unconscious. They're drinking heavily to the point they're sick. They're drinking water so thirstily that their stomachs can't take it. It's a nasty, nasty sight to see. But as that happens, you hear a commotion outside. You hear footsteps.
I'm going to beckon people to the door that is probably closed, taking its left side with my shield basically pressed against the door and my sword that gleams in a light that doesn't actually exist, readied for anything.
I step out and I say, I will kill those that had wronged you. I'll be an avenging angel upon those. I'll be a blight among those that have wronged you and brought you so low. And I put that among my people. Necromancers. I spit on the ground.
Fucking necromancers.
So as you guys prepare yourselves, the door swings open and you see a creature. And I'm just going to move the map. You guys drop your tokens here. You see this creature with a strange skull. It's got bones that are not its own hanging from its face. It's got a cleaver fresh with blood. And you see a creature beyond it where it's got a trapped soul inside of its body. And it's got almost like a childlike expression. These undead creatures seem to be here to collect these things. Like the boy was saying, they're going to come back.
So the 4 readied actions we had immediately trigger.
I didn't hear any specific ready
I
action.
didn't have any ready to
I didn't have a ready to action. I was
I didn't
just
have
ready
a
to.
ready.
I was just ready to run.
Roll initiative. Let's go.
Initiative.
All
Don't
with
forget-
advantage.
Let me.
Don't forget your 1d8 too. So,
Yeah, advantage 1d8. You guys are.
Oh, I didn't select my, and I'm not rolling with advantage.
Let me
So
get-
I'll
do
roll
you-
a second time while selecting my token.
How do you roll with advantage?
It'll.
in
It should
Roll20?
do it automatically if you have it set up, but otherwise you just have to roll it twice.
All right.
A total of 16.
Okay. Let me.
You
get
know,
the-
I'm just gonna keep a net 20.
You know, that's fair.
a 19.
Oh, it's. Let me get the right map going. I don't know why it changed sources.
My God, my name is so long.
That's why I was saying on the map it's a little
Oh.
jacked up.
Maybe I should change it to like just the initials, KBM.
Can I give you a nickname?
Hey, DM,
Kotan blood-soaked mountain heart is a little long for my taste. How about Coco?
Yep, he's okay with it. He's cool with
Uh,
it. He's been. Just don't call me
John,
late for
check
dinner.
Check Zoom, John.
You're a good man, Coco.
What am I
I'm
doing?
sure your sister is too.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. We can take a short little break here while I fix.
10-minute break.
Yeah, let's take a
Everything.
10. Yeah, let me
I'm
fix
gonna-
everything.
I'm gonna get some food.
Yeah, you guys
Okay,
take it
for
quick.
sure.
We'll be back at 8:45, and we are. Start cameras. We'll unmute, and we are back, everybody, after a quick break. The heroes see this strange creature with 4 arms. He appears pushing back the hut's door. These sickened and broken bodies lay alive, but they are met face to face with the undead. And oh, that probably helps if I roll initiative. Let me get these guys going.
Just give us a free round of smacking him. It's fine.
I'll descend order. And Koten, you're the first to act. As this guy pushes the door open, you see him. He's strange. He's got 4 arms. He's in one arm, he's got a cleaver. In the other arm, he's got the dismembered foot of a body.
Jeez. The first thing I do is I take my mighty great axe, the Mountain Hewer, in my hand, and I move forward to attack, yelling something like "For Cord!" My god's cord.
Fuck are you? Let's see it.
I'm gonna go ahead and use Great Weapon Master
Okay.
and Great Weapon Master.
Reckless
And
attack.
Reckless attack, yes.
Let's see it.
Ooh.
17 hits. As you cleave this thing, roll damage. Mountain Hewer finds purchase.
Cool.
Plus 10 on that. So 23 slashing damage as you drop your axe into its body. What else?
And then I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing again.
Let's see it.
I don't know why that's not a global damage modifier. Oh, it is.
Probably just have to check the box.
Yep. I just have to check the global damage modifier. I forgot to do that. That's my bad. Reckless attack again.
You good? I can do some basic arithmetic. 21 hits as you come down with Mountain Hewer. One more time. Let's see that damage. 17 slashing damage. This thing reels back as your weapon does a good number on it. It is alive. It's relatively healthy, but it looks to you and its head kind of clacks like and it smiles and says, "Fresh meat." Nancy, I'm assuming that's the end of your turn. Do you have anything else?
And then just as a bonus action, I choose this creature. Basically, for 1 minute, that creature must succeed a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw each time it's damaged. Oh, I should have said it beforehand. Never mind. Since it's already resolved, I'll use it next time.
Cool.
Yeah, because I guess it's every time it takes damage, it has to make the DC 15 Wisdom saving throw, or becomes frightened until the end of my next turn.
And now you know. That's the hard thing with these high-level one-shots, knowing all your stuff.
Well, I've never had this weapon before, so
You're
it's
good.
cool.
Nancy, as you see Koten come down, oh, people got swapped around. Let me fix.
Yeah, sorry, that was me. My initiative wouldn't change for a while.
Koten. No, I mean in OBS. Okay, there we got it. Cool. You see him come down with his axe on this thing. It's still healthy.
Cool. So can I see out the window or the door, or I can see outside?
You can see basically here. You wouldn't see this guy. You just see this
Okay.
kind of line of sight.
Okay, cool. All right. For that information, I would just go out, cantrip first. I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna say, "Gin dust." I'm gonna blow some dust at him. Not that. Wrong. So I need a dex save from that skeleton dude in front of me. If he can be blinded.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, it can be blinded.
I'm gonna blow some smoke at him. Hey, he makes it. Okay. As my bonus action, as an action, I will look at this creature here, and I will cast. Here we go. I will cast Wind Lash here. 28 to hit. I assume that hits.
Sure does. Roll damage.
He takes 18 to the face.
What does that look like? Is it like a gale of like wind just slashes through?
So I simply just kind of put my staff. I cut the air in front of me, and like a golden kind of slash appear in the air.
Hmm.
Then I just push it forward and launches at him like an energy wave.
Hell yeah. Sonic boom. He hit this guy.
Yeah.
It breaks across his body. He
Guilty.
reels from it. Fluic von Jameson. The creature stands before you.
Well, let's bust out the fun stuff first and foremost. 2 attacks with steel, the gleaming gray blade in my hand.
18 hits, 16 hits. Roll damage. 17 damage as you come down with steel. It finds purchase, and this thing is looking rough. It's bloodied as most of its body has been hacked apart from slashing damage. Anything else?
As a bonus action, I'm spending 2 sorcery points
Mm-hmm.
to cast Booming Blade, and I am also expending, call it a 2nd level spell slot, just to give this thing a particular I hate you. I don't have Booming Blade queued up, which is irritating, so I'll just do that afterwards. Dang, I wish I had advantage.
16 hits.
Oh yeah, but the critical hit on the Booming Blade and the everything. So that's... Is this thing undead?
It is.
That is 2d8, 3d8, 4d8. That's a lot of d8s. So, 2d8 force damage from Booming Blade. Really?
D8s are always that way, in my experience. They're never... They always...
And I spent a 2nd level spell slot, so then that is 6d8. Ugh.
Okay, 36 damage as your steel comes down. Holy energy behind it.
Oh, more than 36. 13 more damage.
You cut its body in twain. It breaks apart as the smite racks through it, bones cluttering to the ground. Does that end your turn?
I will step outside slightly onto the porch, brandishing my shield and shouting out, "Foul sorcery!"
Okay. Anything else?
No.
This creature looks at you. Its eyes are pitiless as the sun. It's got a weird, menacing look on its face. As it approaches, its face begins to distort. The bones that are hanging from it, its eyes flicker with an eldritch magic. And all non-undead creatures must make a wisdom saving throw.
Plus 3.
Except for Nancy.
No, they're all within 10 feet. Oh,
That's 15.
my bad. I should have moved here, but I've already moved. Well, and Nancy didn't need my help anyway.
Yeah, he's the wizard. All of you guys save. You're not frightened. It ends its turn. Vaughn.
I only see the first guy, right? I don't see the bigger guy in the back.
No. Yep. Just through this door is opening until you'll have to move past Koten.
No, I don't think I'll do that. You got this, Coco, Fluig, my man. Gonna give this guy firebolts. Whatever the hell that is.
22 hits. Roll damage.
Hi-ya.
Missing something from my...
Big money. 24 fire damage. Hits this guy. Reels back.
He'll
Anything
scout
else?
around. Yeah, no, I'm gonna stay in here. And my turn for now.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. Vaughn lets out, hurls that fire bolt, peeks around the corner and says, "No, it's nice and warm in here. I'll hang out with the dead bodies. This guy is dead. All right, Khotin, this thing has been cut in twain and is in pieces in front of you. But you do see another.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and seeing the one fall before me, and then being rightly pissed off that something tried to frighten me, I go into a rage. Pop a rage. And then I go ahead and move. That's not even that far for me. Move. And I go ahead and I swing away with Great Weapon Master and Reckless Attack.
Let's see it. 17 hits. Roll damage. Big money. It still stands. Roll second attack.
Yep.
21 hits. Roll damage. 31. Yeah, you come by, you swing Mountain Hewer, it cleaves it. You come back down, one of its four arms is gone, but it is standing, bloodied. Anything else?
This will end it. I'm just, my eyes now, though blue, are just bloodshot, and there's just drool coming from my mouth as I'm screaming.
Nice. This creature here looks to you. It's got a imprisoned soul in its chest, reaching out, but it does not get the help it needs. Sorry. It moves forward, big and lumbering as it is, and a dark energy, black flame outlined with purple, starts to form a bead in front of its chest, slowly becoming a singularity, and then poof, as a nova of necrotic energy. All creatures within 20-foot radius must make a con save.
Again, +3.
And Nancy, I think you're just out of range. Yep. Nice there. Khotin, you fail. Everyone else succeeds. You will take half of this. Low roll. It ends its turn.
That was super low. That was like 4 ones, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Oh,
wow.
no.
I'm okay with it because I still take half because I have Bear Totem.
Yep.
So I'm resistant.
All right.
That's 13 damage?
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Anansi, seeing this all happen here, Anansi is going to look out and he is going to move forward. Going through the window here, he's flying. Well, I'm flying. I'm on this spot here. I'm just 10 feet here. So,
Cool.
all right. So I'm gonna look out and says, "You're not the only one that can hunt things, that can use things in the dark." And I say, "Child of Mott." And I reach out and I drop. I prick myself for 1 damage. I'll roll a con save, which I can't fail, so I won't roll it. So roll 1. Okay. And I summon a blood horror. Right. Okay. Well, it should be there. I think it's still.
No, I think I deleted it. That's my bad. I was cleaning
Okay.
up some stuff.
All
What
right,
is it? A
so-
blood golem?
No, blood elemental. I can drag and drop it on there. So I do that. So I'll do that in a second. I roll this for anyway. So I summon that there, and then
I've got it.
okay, cool. Okay, so and then I have to roll initiative for as a bonus action. I will use
Maybe.
If not, I can just I can drag it on the blank sheet in a second. All right, so to do that, as a bonus action, I will use Arcane Hilarity. which allows me to cast a cantrip as a bonus action, regardless of which one it is.
Okay.
And I will look down this dark creature here and cast 3 Eldritch Blasts on his face. These look like golden swords launching from my staff. Here we go. Like I said, a big guy with a dude in his face. Force bolt. Force bolt. Missing. Force bolt.
That hits. Both hit. Roll damage.
Alright. 29 damage.
Hot damage.
As these energy blades begin to pierce his flesh. And then I can roll initiative in a second, but I'll end my turn there so I can get set up.
Cool. Fluke von Jameson, this creature is lumbering towards you guys. What are you doing? I have it in my compendium and won't let me drag it. It's so annoying.
Yeah, because it's elemental blood. Yeah, it's because the name is so long you can't grab the white space. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
I'll save Flame Shield for another day. I am going to let loose on this guy and fuck shit up. Which is the shorthand for saying, I attack 3 times by spending 2 sorcery points.
Cool. Let's get it done.
Oh, I do have Booming Blade set up. It just doesn't have an attack roll. That's odd.
It's Roll20, not a sponsor. They all hit. Roll damage.
Damage, damage, damage. I wanted to say I smite on all of these, but since I didn't, I guess I won't.
You
Come
could
down.
actually apply smite after you know if you hit or not.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well,
it's fine to do it. After
Then I would very much like to spend both of my remaining second levels and a first level for now, smiting this bad boy.
All right, roll it up.
And is that this guy's undead too, right?
Yep.
2, 4, 4, 8, 10.
I exported as well, John.
What was that?
Imported to your game.
Oh, you did?
As I am crying out in about as
Nice.
close as a rage I can get, not being a barbarian, and each time that my sword comes up from one very gruesome gash, it suddenly shimmers with a extraordinary light that immediately compounds on each additional slash.
It comes down on it. You see, it kind of cries out in terror. The body trapped within it is dead. All of that damage to it, it is no more. But this thing is pretty beefy, and it looks to you kind of pissed. Anything else?
84 damage a turn is pretty hot.
That's what you do. You're a Nova.
That's my turn.
This creature here, seeing that you guys are veterans and not afraid of it, it's going to use its 3 remaining arms and make 3 claw attacks on the Raging Barbarian in front of it. Claw, claw, claw.
Does have advantage on all of those, by the way.
Okay. Does 16 hit? I don't think so.
No, I have a 17 AC.
Right.
The other 2 hit.
36 slashing as these sharpened
What's
claws rip against your flesh.
What's half of 36? Is
17, 18.
18. All right, Vaughn.
How healthy is this big guy?
How healthy? He looks
Yeah.
good. He looks pretty healthy.
He looks fantastic.
Yeah.
Massive ball of hit points.
He's a big old
Massive
sack
ball
of
of hit
points.
points. All right, I'm going to cast Polymorph on him and use 3 sorcery points to heighten it, so he gets disadvantage on this save.
What are you going to transform him into?
What do we have available?
Anything. You're 14th level, so any beast,
Any beast? Let's go make a little wolf.
a baby.
Tiny
wolf.
little wolf.
All right.
Tiny little wolf.
What save is it? Charisma or wisdom?
Hold on, let me pop the spell.
Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save.
He's not very wise.
I'm gonna very quickly, while it's not my turn, fix Booming Blade.
He is polymorphed into a wolf. Let me get
Thank you,
this
thank you.
lit here. You see this creature as it's kind of staring down Fluic and Roten, looks over as it's shrinking down, its perspective changing to that of a little wolf.
That thing was not beautiful. Absolutely horrifying.
He's ugly. I'm gonna keep that there. Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Cool. I'm just gonna move
Right
him over.
there.
By the way, if that wolf moves, it takes 3d8 force damage.
This guy is dead. I'm just gonna remove him from the order. All right, the blood elemental.
All
What's
right,
it
he's
doing?
gonna go over here. So he's gonna go and hit this guy with a mega uppercut here. Multi attack, 2 slams.
Shoryuken.
Hadouken! Missing. Hadouken!
That one hits.
Alright, he takes 10 bludgeoning damage with an uppercut there. I'm gonna move right here. Because ain't no fun at home. We can't have none get that flankety flank. If it is the flank here or no? +2 advantage? What is it? Where is it?
Nothing. No flanking.
Okay, cool.
And the bludgeoning damage doesn't seem to do as much as it normally would, as it resists the attacks. Anything else? No.
That's it. That's it.
I'm like, that's what he does. He moves and he slams.
That's it.
Uh,
That's it.
All right, Koten, you've got this creature before you. It is bloodied, and it's being flanked by a blood elemental. That's a cool token.
Yes.
Alright, so that is really dope. I like that. So Koten screams at it. Ah! Stupid skeleton thing! And then I'm gonna go ahead and do what I've been doing. I'm pretty sure I missed with this one. Does 11 hit?
11 does not hit.
Alright, one more time. Ah, I missed. And
Miss,
I missed
miss.
again.
In your rage, as you scream out, your eyes go red, and you miss this thing.
Twice. Ugh.
Anything else?
Ugh. I'm even more angry. I'm just I just rolled up shitty on those ones. That's all. Well, you win some, you lose some.
You guys are chewing through these guys. All right, Anansi.
Oh. Alright, so I'm gonna target this guy here, right here.
Yep.
As I target him here, I'm going to go for my force bolt here. 3 golden swords appears in my hand, and I launch them at full speed. 1, 2, 3.
All 3 hit as the golden scimitars wreck this guy's face.
Alright.
And he's down with the second one.
Alright. 3 shots there. Zing, 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 zing. As they come out, I fly over here. And I say, well, not on top of you. I have like the fucking macros. It's super big. I fly over and I say, reach for the sky, hound. You devilish fiend, I will bring you to peace. In the turn.
Okay. This creature here is a wolf, and its instincts is to bite. Let's see. It's going to go against Fluic, chomping down, 15 missing. Its teeth are worthless against your armor. Now it's your
My
turn.
immaculate plate.
Your turn.
I'm going to do a small jump off of the
Oh.
porch. It would be called a porch. Okay.
I'll just
Um,
drop it. The polymorph.
You're going to drop it?
Because it'll revert when he
It's true.
takes 1 hit.
That is true. Fair enough.
I think the wolf just dies immediately.
Yeah, it'll save 11 hit points.
Yeah, so I'll just drop it right there.
As you drop it,
Wail away.
yeah, I imagine Fluke, he jumps down, he's like, ah, and this thing just grows back, like, holy. It's just staring down at you.
And as I'm jumping down, I'm going to almost accidentally make the first strike as it just grows onto steel.
Missing.
Ooh. Ugh.
Missing.
Uh,
It would have missed that wolf too.
That's a little embarrassing.
Hey man, I whiffed too. Don't worry about
Happens to the best of us.
Does
And I'm debating if I want to cast a spell as bonus action. Because, like, this isn't even the Necromancer. It's the
yeah, I'm
Necromancer's
worried,
big
fella.
guy.
You can use like 3 spell slots smiting. I'm worried, big fella. Level 3, level 2, level 2, level 2, level 1.
Well, I haven't even broached into my 3rd, 4th, and 5th level spell slots.
You may
it.
need them.
You haven't even seen my final form.
Well, I can regain back some sorcery points via things. So, I'm gonna make a Booming Blade attack for more sorcery points. Yes!
That hits.
got him.
Oh,
Let's
I
see
did
it.
not mean to show spell description.
19.
And I'm gonna pump a 3rd level spell slot into this rat bastard.
Let's see it.
Aw. That's a little.
21. Oh god. It stands as you smite down on it. It is bloodied, but it stands strong. Anything else?
No.
All right. This creature is dead. Removing from the order. Vaughn, you've released polymorph on it, wasting its time, but now it's knocking on death's door. What do you do?
Let's just try and finish it with my conserving resources. Firebolt.
That hits.
35.
That hits and does. It's alive, but barely. It's clinging on.
Now I'm good. I'm just gonna walk back into the hut.
It's like
Look, you'll get him next time.
So you guys got this. Clean up my mess.
The blood
Over here is-
elemental.
Say blood for the blood god, and he will slam twice.
Slam slam. 16 hits, 14 misses.
Alright. 10 damage. Bludgeoning.
It's not as effective as it resists the attack.
Alright, cool. Ends his turn.
All right, Khotin. Coup de grace, this ugly bastard.
All right. I think I'm going to actually get just to hedge my bets. I'm gonna get rid of Great Weapon Master this time
Mm-hmm.
and just go with Reckless Attack.
Sudden hit of tinnitus.
Let's see it. 18 hits, roll damage. 29 definitely hits. The first attack cleaves it. How do you do it?
All right. So the first attack cleaves it, and then as I cleave it, and it gets stuck at the base of its neck. I would like to run up and DDT it to the core, as my friend would have suggested.
Let's get an athletics check. I just want to see how this looks.
Yeah.
At advantage, he's raging.
At advantage. 19.
That's pretty fucking
Yeah, as
easy.
you grab it and you DDT, it lands. The hilt of the axe hits the ground, and as you bring it down, it just pulls it through the rest of its body and just cut in twain. And you guys are out of combat as these things are on the ground in shambles.
Alright.
Going to spit on the big one and kick its head that's cut in two.
Yeah, it's got a big baby proportioned head. It's ugly and stupid. But they are dead. The combat was over in a matter of seconds, maybe 30 seconds, as you guys blasted through these foul creatures with barely breaking a sweat.
No one needs healing, right? We're all good.
I'm still at 132 hit points, so.
I am pretty well. Let us continue.
I'm just gonna spend the next next 4 total metaphorical turns liquidating my 5th level spell slots, which aren't really that useful for me, since I don't have 5th level spells, and converting them into sorcery points and spells, so just rolling them down, basically.
Okay. Oh, sorry. So as you guys kind of lick your wounds here, what are you doing?
I'm investigating the hut.
Okay, let's see. So you go back into the main room. Outside of, give me an investigation roll, please. But outside of the trap door, you do find some notes. On that table that was in the center of the room, you find the mad scrawlings of a man in search of immortality. There's pages and pages of magical theories on constructing phylacteries, many failings throughout the years. In addition, there's notes revealing a ritual that would allow somebody to commune with another power. But I mean, the whole tome is just the mad scrawlings of a man. But other than that, not much. Just dried herbs and whatever other refuse, basic common items are in this house.
Vaughn's like reading this, like, huh, this guy's messed up.
Wonderful.
I should take this back to the party. But Anansi might go crazy, so I'm just gonna slide that in my bag.
Out of character then. Wonderful. We have a wannabe lich.
Walk back out. Hey guys, how's it going?
Find anything useful?
A book of Crazy Man.
Crazy Man's books
He's
are
gonna
always
pull
fun.
it out, keep it away from Anansi.
Does that mean you're pulling it out, or?
Yes.
Okay. In character now. Fantastic. I wanna be lich.
Now we need to go find him and hunt him.
What about the 6 people that are currently sitting in that cabin dying?
Well, what do
We
you
should-
think we should do with them?
I think we should somehow notify.
I
The
have
army.
just the thing. And I am gonna cast Sending. Whoop. I'm going to cast Sending to... What was the acting commander-in-chief's name? The son of the Duke?
Roderick?
Sir Roderick.
Sir Roderick. I'm just gonna say Roderick to cut off on the words. Roderick. We encountered 6 dying survivors at the cabin. We are going to fight deeper, but they need help. Send help.
Okay, the message is received. He replies with his Twitter handle at Sir Roderick. And he says, okay, got it. We're sending men now. And that's it. Man, a few words.
He wasted 2 words that he didn't need to waste giving me his sending handle. Seriously.
Words. All I needed was 20. Okay, so let us continue. Let's go in character. Let us go and find this necromancer. Any leads?
Yeah. Further north, Koten would be able to tell you exactly, after he had communed with nature, the source of this presence. It wouldn't take you guys very far. As you continue pushing further north, you follow several tracks into a dark grove where the ground is soaked with dark, viscous liquid. The plants here are stricken with blight, and they do not bear fruit or leaves. There is a sickly sweet odor permeating the area. I'm going to move you guys over. In the distance, you see a ghoulish figure surrounded by a swirling vortex. You guys will be coming from down here. You can drop your tokens. Make sure OBS has got what we're looking at. Let me zoom out a bit. Cool. Let me get back here. Too many
How long
windows.
has it been for Tom?
It's like a mile. So I would say a brisk
How ways it
walk,
down?
like 15 minutes. Yeah,
Okay, cool.
that would be down. It's only 10, right?
Yeah. My wings are down. My elemental's still up. That lasts for an hour. So that's
In the distance, you see a ghoulish figure surrounded by a swirling vortex of phantasmal energy. Before it is what could only be described as an ancient tree, whose limbs seem to be made of writhing and twisted bodies, bubbling and collapsing upon themselves. We've got an image here. It seems otherworldly. It definitely doesn't seem like a tree of any normal fashion. Um, it's a hellscape of different nightmares, and as its roots go into the ground, you see on either side a massive pile of dead. Tens of thousands of bodies on top of each other, their blood soaking the soil here. This creature is here reciting an incantation in a dark language. You see a flaming portal open in the heart of a tree. So this creature here.
Damn.
A flaming portal opens in the heart of a tree where you can see a gateway to some place sinister, far beyond the realms of men and elves. A vision of a dark god reveals itself at the end of this portal. And so this portal opens up, and you see this. And it's very similar to this tree. It's hard to distinguish. It's like an eldritch kind of horror of melting wax and bodies and demons and souls. And at the entrance of this gate, you see an infinite wasteland hellscape where this creature reveals itself from another realm. It is gargantuan in its size, floating as a crucified creature wearing a death mask and bladed hands. You see just this dark landscape, and it echoes out and says, "You have done well. Soon you will have the power you seek." And its deep warbling voice disappears as this creature notices you all, and he says, "Never mind, they are too late. It is completed." And suddenly, the vortex coalesces into a singularity, and you see these humans that are bound here. They've been kind of tossed aside. These guys are alive. Their bones rip out of their body, leaving just a wet sack of skin around them, and begin to swirl in a vortex around this creature as he continues his incantation, summoning whatever from the great beyond. And you see these like swirling bones of just all these creatures ripped out of these guys' bodies. They're all dead. All these humans are dead. And roll initiative. It's like it is too late.
Quite the swell sight we just introduced. Initiative has advantage.
Don't forget your D8s. D8s. Technique. You can punch him in the pelvis.
Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
And hold on, let me get my D8 in there. And up on 26.
7, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 3. So,
Let me get my elements on there too.
I don't know how to change mine. It's supposed to be 23.
You just click into it. I got it.
Oh, thank you.
Everybody ready?
Yes.
Cool. We'll descend. And Nancy, as you see this thing ripping these bones out of the bodies, leaving these bodies around, it's swirling vortex, almost like a shield around him. What do you do?
Okay, as a caster, do I think that's glyph of invulnerability?
No, it's not.
Okay. Alright, so fuck. Does he look like a caster?
Oh yeah. There's literally swirling magics all around. This guy is
Okay,
no joke.
got it. Alright, I will target these two. I will range, sorry. This is where things take forever. Look at that here. I will look at it and I will reach out and target these two guys in front, and I will say, look at your shadows. As I reach out with my two hands and grab magically in the distance two shadows, and I begin to grab them and shake, as these two guys in front here, these two things in here,
Mm.
have to give me wisdom saves.
Okay, wisdom save. The creature perceives its allies as hostile, shadowy monsters. Okay.
And then my elemental does. Ooh, they make it. They make it to 18.
There.
They make
I
it.
would like to cast Silvery Barbs on the 23.
Oh my god, dude! Not the barbs, dude. No.
Hey, I didn't. You know what? I did not want Arms of Hadar.
I didn't
because-
start this war. Just. Okay. All right.
So
well,
it fails,
Yep.
and it is. There you go.
all right. Cool. That was my action. Bonus action. I will.
I
use
gift
one of-
Asani advantage, Anasi advantage by the.
Oh, thank you very much. I will use that and use one of my alacrities as a bonus action to cast a cantrip. I'm down to 3. That being said, I'll look at it and I will cast Force Bolt. I will cast it on this guy right here. First one's at advantage. If you go through, Judo Chop, 17.
17 hits.
The magic dude.
Yep.
Okay. Make sure. All right, he takes 10. Second one. No. Yes.
Yep.
All right.
Roll
He
damage.
takes that. I will move back this way. EOT in a turn.
At the end of your turn, he looks to you and shakes its head and takes a legendary action and blasts you.
Oh, I can't go for that. No can do.
Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, baby!
As it retaliates and the Eldritch Blast comes out, racking you.
Oh!
Mother. They all hit. Okay, I can't show that. All right. So
You
you
didn't?
con saves.
Oh!
You're telling me you don't have an AC of 21, of 22, so shield makes them all miss?
Uh,
I'm not a Scorodon. No, I don't.
and you get
it's
get
31.
blasted back 30 feet as it doo doo doo.
All right, so I'm off the map. So I'm 20 feet off the map then.
Yep.
Okay. I'll mark my
Bye.
token.
I'm
Are
at,
you three
it's like a
con saves as well,
DBZ
too?
style as you're sliding back.
So I attack him, and he's like, "Oh, you think you know Eldritch Blast?" He's like, "Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do." And I think you owe me one more. It's 4, so you owe me one more.
4, you're right. One more, let's see it.
One for the money. You did
Missing.
with 13 misses. All right, so you 3 con saves here coming up. Give me a second. Here we go. Con. Might,
You're good.
Might be bugs on some of you. Ain't no bugs on me. EOT.
All right.
Let's see.
All right. Kotan. You see this thing, he's still summoning. He's just fired back 4 concussive blasts, and then Nancy just gets lit up.
I'm pissed off. I go back into a rage again, and in my rage, as my bonus action, because I'm using a bonus action to rage, I use pounce along with my movement to get to this guy.
Mm-hmm.
That should give me enough to get to him and attack twice. And I'm gonna attack twice, and this time I'm gonna use my the Mountain Hewer's ability. So if I do anytime I do damage to this chosen creature, it has to do a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw each time it is damaged by the axe, or it becomes frightened until the end of my next turn. Creatures of large size or greater do have disadvantage on the save.
Okay. It's a wisdom save, you said?
Yeah, so let me go ahead and I'm using Great Weapon. I'm using all my stuff, so I'm just
So it
swinging away.
So it fails, and it's frightened.
Well,
you said?
I haven't hit it yet. It's only when it takes damage.
Oh, okay.
So
So it fails. That hits. 22 hits.
And then I attack again with Mountain Hewer. That would be 19 to hit.
19 hits. Roll damage. 22. Anything else?
And that will end my turn.
Okay. At the end of your turn, you see the ground, the soil from behind you break open as a massive hand reaches out and a creature of immeasurable size breaks through the crust. It has a strange helmet on its head, and its lower body is made of swarming undead. Just bodies folding over bodies as it breaks through. And this creature takes a legendary action.
2 legendary action creatures in the combat. This seems
Oh.
unfair.
Oh,
Level 14, baby.
You didn't know.
Let's do it. Level 14. Let's do it. Hey.
it reaches out and it tries to grab you. You got to make a deck save. As
So,
it snatches
I do
you.
have. I could see him doing this, right?
Yeah, and you have danger sense, so for sure that
Yeah.
the danger is tingling. Your senses are tingling as this
But
thing
What
comes
could
in.
be
down.
causing this
Barbara.
danger?
Barbarian danger sense is tingling. It doesn't
Batman.
fucking matter because it's such a high DC.
Yeah, its gigantic hand wraps around your body, and you are grappled and restrained. Whoops. I'll put a little on you.
Roar.
No limit, please.
This creature here, it's a big swirling tornado. Let me see what its speed is. The mad creature here, he cackles. Is like, "It is too late, fools. We've been here for months." This creature has a 60-foot fly, and he flies, and he's like, "Off!" This creature starts swirling around Van and Fluick. And I'll post what this thing can do.
Okay.
This seems terrifying.
The Bone Swarm can attack every hostile creature in its space. So it's swirling like a death tornado, piercing damage as it slices you up. I think it just makes the one attack. Oh, my.
Ow.
Two bones, one blood.
Jesus, take the wheel. You don't have a shield for that? You don't have a God wills it? Call on the Emperor or something, dude.
Holy.
I reduced it by 3 because I thought we were fighting 1,000 zombies this game.
I'm in danger.
I'm an adult. I'm in danger.
Stranger danger. Stranger danger.
That ends that creature's turn. Vaughn, you are in danger.
How dark is it?
It's dark for sure. This whole forest, because it's triple canopy, this is if you don't have dark vision, you can't see. It's
Oh,
dark.
okay, perfect. I'm gonna use Shadow Walk. Get
Shadow
the fuck
Walk.
out of here.
City boys.
Get the fuck out of here. I will cast Storm Sphere. I'll lay it on top of this Necromancer over here.
Cool. We'll just call it that. It's a 20-foot radius.
Yes, sir. I'm hoping to skirt Coco though. So we can like offset a little bit.
Yeah, give me a moment. We'll get you a sphere. Yeah.
Sorry. Technically, I'm in the hands of this colossal undead giant. So.
Can you move that?
Yes.
Sweet.
How's that look?
Looks good. So, what does Storm Sphere do? 20-foot radius sphere. Swirling springs into existence on a point you choose. Each creature ends its turn. Oh, when it appears or that ends its turn, got to make a strength saving throw or take a bunch of bludgeoning damage. Sweet.
Mhm.
4 strength saving throws coming up. 3 from these bone guys. 1, 2, 3.
Oh my god. And it's also difficult right now.
Okay. and
Not that it applies to them, I guess.
this guy here, he ain't strong. So one of the bone storms fails, and the lich fails.
Oh, there's no damage set up for this. Cool.
Okay, but they take 2d6 bludgeoning,
Yes.
and then you can
Nice.
use a bonus action on each of your turns to cause a lightning bolt to leap out.
Yes, and the bonus section hurts more, but I use my bonus action to get the fuck out. So.
GTFO.
Bye!
Okay, it comes down. You see the storm sphere leap up. That's sweet. Anything else?
Nope, that's my turn.
This creature here, it's going to swirl to the nearest target. You see this tornado, Colton, spiraling around, and it's going to slashing damage, swirling bones all up on you. 15 misses. Somehow you're shielded by the grasp of this giant creature in front of you. All right, Fluick.
And now that I get to go, I am in so much pain.
Yeah, that
But
net was nasty.
But I'm going to speak the name of a. I've been thinking about this for the past 5 minutes. You'd hope I'd be able to remember what I was thinking about.
High level D&D. 37-minute turns. That's how it works. Everyone has a plan until a bone tornado crits in your face.
Yeah, that crit, very painful. I'm going to spend 2 sorcery points to, as a bonus action, cast Summon Aberration.
Sweet.
I will... And I'm really not quite sure. I should probably post Summon Aberration. I'm not quite sure which one I want to summon.
What's
because
Aberrant Spirit coming
sorry,
up?
Aberrant Spirit.
No, that's just what the stat block is called.
Oh. I'm debating which of the 3 I want to actually summon. Somewhere between Beholderkin or what's it called? Slad. Because the Slad would deal much less damage, but it would be a meat. It would be a meatball, basically.
You should be able to control that. We'll have to mess with its stats. I don't know why it's all broken.
I shall summon Beholderkin.
Cool.
I can control it. It just doesn't feel right. It okay, never mind. So yeah, I summoned the Beholderkin 30 feet in of me-ish and say, I slew you once! Assist me in slowing these unholy abominations. And I'm going to give the bone tornado that is slapping me a lot, very painfully might I add, 2 attacks with some 2nd level smites sprinkled on top. If I can hit.
That hits, and that definitely
Yeah.
hits.
I am going to pump up that crit. That
Unload.
crit gets a 4th level spell slot because I like it.
Big money.
So that is... Why is that 2nd one weird?
Because it's doubling your normal attack damage.
Oh.
And then, yeah. This is where it would be super fun to play with real dice, where you get a gigantic handful of d8s. And
Yeah. So it's undead.
Yep.
And I dished out a 2nd level spell slot, so that's 4. And then a crit and undead, and a 4th level spell slot. 5. Well, I'm gonna quickly just look up paladins because I know there's a cap.
I
to
think
how much damage I can do.
I think you can only do. It'll tell you in smite. Like
The
how
extra
many you
damage is
can-
2d8 for first level spell slot plus 1d8 for each spell higher than first to a maximum of 5d8. Damage increases by 1d8 if the target is fiend or to a maximum of 6d8. Okay.
So you can do 68 times 2. You can do 12d8 total on that crit.
$49 damage for a single smite.
Big money. 49 plus 11 plus
Big
12.
money.
And the
72.
second smite is just 2, 3. Aw, only 10.
As you come down, radiant energy comes off of steel. As you slice through it, you punch a big hole in this tornado as these bones are swirling around you. It's definitely weakened, but the vortex is still strong. Anything else?
Immediately after my turn, it is the Aberrant Spirit's turn, who, if I read the spell right, makes 2 attacks with 1d8 plus 3 plus 4. Is that right? Yep, 1d8 plus 3 plus 4. So 1d8 plus 7 on a hit, uses plus 8 to hit. I'm just gonna cast Firebolt because the damage isn't the same, but the attack is. And it is targeting the Bone Tornado 2.
Hey. Good stuff.
Sweet. 22 hits. Roll damage.
Minimum damage.
All right. Anything else? I think that was. He did it. He did all the stuff.
Yeah, that's all of my everything. That could not have done less damage a turn and still said it dealt damage.
It did some stuff. This creature here is going to fly. It's 60 feet. Up. Well, not even at 60 feet. It's just going to come up here. As more bones start to swarm around you. Swirling bones. 18 to hit.
Does hit.
41. Holy. 41
What are
damage.
these things smoking?
He maxed out so many.
Yeah, 3 8s.
It's all right. I'm enraged. So
You're raged. Okay. All right, this creature's turn. It's got you grasped, and it looks down on you, Koten. And it will make a multi-attack. It's just going to fist you into the ground. You're restrained, so 28, 24. You're just getting slammed on the ground. That ends
Was
its
it-
turn.
What was the total damage that it did?
40. So
Okay.
20.
Another
That's
20
that.
damage.
And that'll end there. At the end of its turn, the Lich is going to go after Anansi again. But the Eldritch Blast costs 2. So he's just going to hit you with a Chill Touch. Missing.
Are those two
it-
bone
it's-
storms still
it's
in
not set up
the
properly.
sphere?
Oh, yes, they are.
It says plus 5. And I would shield that.
Oh, weird. Okay. You shield as the that ends its. It's the end of that turn. Now it's its turn again. It starts its turn here. So he's. Oh, he already took the damage. Is it at the start of each turn? Let's go back to it.
End of each turn, I think.
Oh, if it ends its turn there? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you roll the 2d6 for these guys that ended their turn here?
That was the first two.
With the 4-2 bludgeoning.
Oh, I see it. Thank you.
And I guess you rolled 7 for the Lich.
The Lich doesn't like that. It's difficult terrain. It can't get out. We're going to move here. This stuff has been gone for a while. And it's going to... What spells does this guy have?
All of them.
Yeah. He's going to cast Hold Monster. He's going to look at... Oh, God. He's going to look at Vaughn. He's like,
No.
Where do you think you're running?
Counterspell.
Ooh. Are you within 60? You probably are.
I am.
I'm
I'm 45.
Counterspell. Are you casting at a 3rd level?
No.
She's like, dear God, no.
I'm not taking chances with you,
Sweet.
bastard.
All right, 5th level, you smack the spell away as it
5th
goes.
level.
You see kind of like this Eldritch Hand fly across to try to grab you, and you just swat this thing away and dissipates.
No lemon pledge.
Ends its turn. It takes the 7 damage because he can't get the fuck out of this Storm Surge. And where's my turn order? Uh-oh. Did I close it?
Yes. No. It's up.
Where did I
It's still up.
put it?
It's at 9 right now.
Oh, there it is. I can't see. Too much stuff going on the map. This Bone Swarm here is the one that sees its enemy, so it's going to attack the other Bone Swarm next to it. It hits it.
Big money.
28. Yeah, you just hear the clacking of bones as they're just spiraling on top of each other.
Well, this
and
deals 38 damage.
No, that's if it crit. It didn't crit.
It didn't crit. He's
Oh.
straight. Yeah, this one right here gets hit. Nancy.
All right, cool. Okay, so this guy's gonna keep casting fucking spells in my face. Not in my city. I'm going to reach out with my staff here and say,
Take bludgeoning.
no. Yeah, there you go. Okay, cool. I say no. And I use my staff to cast Glyph of Invulnerability. Fuck you and your fucking Eldritch Blast. I say that in character as a magical shimmering pool of invulnerable fuck you magic appears around me, making me immune to things like Eldritch Blast and Hold Monster and Counterspell at lower levels. All right. Bonus action. I use my 3rd Arcane Alacrity to cast a cantrip as a bonus action, making me down to now 2.
Okay.
And I will look at him. Oh, no, fuck! I clicked a bookmark, guys. Fuck me, dude.
He's out. He's out of the screen. He's coming back.
I'm coming back. I'm loading in. Here we go. And I would cast Eldritch Blast on the guy.
You can shoot out of it, but nothing can come in.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. He's got the shields up.
The
You're
shield's
gonna
up,
move
dude.
closer than 25 feet?
No, because Eldritch Blast is 120 feet. I got the sniper on me, guys. Sniper's on me. Hold on. One second. And I'm actually moving back. City
like
boy. 1, 2.
Ooh.
3. There we go.
First 2 hit.
I always said 17 hit the guy. Or no?
Oh yeah, 17 does. You're right.
Okay, cool. Wow. Alright, so he takes those lumps there, 3 shots there. That was my action. Movement, I'm moving back 30 feet. I'm now 55 feet away, giving him the thumbs up, telling him to go fuck himself professionally, and that's in my turn.
All right. At the end of your turn, this creature here, holding Khoten, he does something. He tries to rip him in half.
How does he get another turn?
Legendary actions.
He's got
What does he have?
legendary actions.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, you got nowhere to hold them. Nowhere to fold them.
Hey, if a tank, if you find a tankier tank that ever existed, look where all of these motherfuckers are right now.
Hey, listen, and that's why I'm
I'm
backing
doing
up.
my
Hey,
job.
I'm doing my job. I listen. I gotta buff up first.
I mean, I'm at
There
like
you go.
6 HP, so like kind of.
You're at okay. So who's your health pots, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
We
all
do have
actually-
heal pots.
We do have health pots.
So
We
this
all-
creature, as you're grappled, he grabs you with the other hand and tries to pull you apart. Make a strength saving throw.
Oh, you forgot the last first bracket.
And I
Oh,
believe
no.
Rage does give you advantage on these.
Yeah. The one thing I thought I wasn't grappled anymore because he let me go to him twice, but
No, he's got two hands. He can grab you in one.
so he's going like this.
No, he's slamming into the ground with you
Oh.
in his hand.
Gotcha.
Now he's pulling you up and trying to rip you in half.
Okay. Well,
What a gentleman.
21.
That works. So you're going to take half of this, and then half again.
10. Nice.
Yep, 10 damage. As he tries to pull, your Herculean strength resists him as you've been working out your abs. are
Isn't there
tight.
an actual like thing in weightlifting or strongman competitions called the Hercules hold?
Yeah, that's great. They have two pillars and they just hold it until they give up.
That's what you're doing right now to
Basically, he's just trying.
giant's
He's
hand.
trying to stretch Armstrong your ass. You're like, nope.
Koten's eyes are no longer blue; they're just straight red, and he's just ah. He just sounds like he's
All I
going
can-
Super Saiyan for the first time.
It's your turn now. You better.
All I can imagine is like the constipated Goliath face, like.
That's a description we want to go with, eh?
Absolutely.
So I am going to go ahead. Can I use my bonus action to drink one of my health potions while I'm grappled, or do I have to get ungrappled?
It's an action. Since you're grappled and restrained, it's just all it is attacks on you have advantage, and you have disadvantage. You can break out of it using one of your attacks.
Okay.
Or, you can break out of it using your action.
Okay. It's either that or use a health potion then. That's what you're
Yep.
saying.
Pretty much.
You know what? I would rather break out. So I have 2 attacks. So I'm gonna try and break out of this grapple.
It's going to use your action, not your attack. I'm sorry. But yeah, use your action.
That's what you said. Is I had to.
I misspoke. It's your action.
That's fine. I want to get out of this grapple.
Let's see it. It'll be contested strength. $15. Oh, let's see. This guy's strong as shit. Oh, you break out of it. You pull yourself out of his hand.
I'd like to pretend that he's holding me with both hands at the same time, and I just kicked him in the face. Get
Yeah, he was
away.
trying to rip you in half, so it makes sense. Jump out. Cool. What do you do now? You got your movement, but you also have a bunch of stuff surrounding you. You're in the middle of shit right now. It's not a good situation.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. No. So, I know I'm gonna incur attack of opportunity. Fuck me. What can I do? What can you do? Yeah, I guess I'm gonna try and run backwards.
Quickly take 2 levels in Rogue while no one's looking. That's what you're gonna do.
You probably don't want to run into the storm sphere.
I can drop it.
Actually, that's
Like-
exactly what I want to do. So I have
Seems like a
Okay.
so
powerful
as
thing
a
to
as a Goliath, I have resistance to cold damage.
It's
And-
just bludgeoning. I mean, you're
lightning.
raging.
Yeah, you're raging him.
Yeah,
I'll just say this: if you do that, you're taking 3 op attacks.
I would take 3.
Yeah, there's 3 guys on you.
Well, this guy should be. What the fuck? There's no.
The Titan and these 2. This one is you're not. It's not hostile to you, but these 2 bone
Where-
tornadoes are on you.
Is there anywhere I could go that I don't take an op attack right now? Probably not, right?
No, pretty much not. You can stay within range. You could go move here. You could take one, but you're moving out of these guys without taking disengage. That's where you're at.
Well, I don't have my action because the user to just not get grappled. So
Hopefully someone's got something up their sleeve.
Anyone got a vortex warp up their sleeve? I wish I
Oh.
did.
I got something, and it's called City Boys.
Well, the round is done.
And I'm about to call the Golden Suns back in this month.
Yeah, this is
You
like
live-
the only thing I have is movement and a bonus action. So, because you said my whole action was just getting loose, so I don't have a second attack. I don't really honestly think there is anything I could do because I'm surrounded.
hang tight. Hope your friends will get you out of a bad spot.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, this
Am I
one
still-
bone tornado is kicking my butt, so.
is getting out of the grapple count as an attack so that way I stay enraged?
No,
Hey,
but
you're
you've
still
been
raised.
attacked. If they attack you,
Oh,
you've
yeah,
been
that's true.
attacked. So you'll be
That's
fine.
cool. Well, yeah, I really don't have any other options right now, guys. So I'm just gonna go ahead and sit tight,
You'll keep raging.
use some healings.
This creature here will move into the space of these guys and start swirling. Actually, he can't. He can't do that. He's going to swirl on you. Missing wildly.
They're all coming from one direction. And I'm just ducking behind the shield like a massive hailstorm. Just
Yeah, exactly. As these bones are just coming at you. Vaughn.
All right, a couple questions before I take my turn.
Yes.
Can I quicken and twin a spell in the same turn as long as I use enough sorcery points?
Yes, but
Mhm.
only one of them has to be a cantrip.
One
Yep.
of them
They
has to
can't-
be a cantrip.
And it can't be 2 level spells.
Yeah, that's fine. Second question was, if someone counterspells me, I have a Rod of Absorption. Can I absorb that, or is that targeting the spell and not me?
You can in fact use you can counter spell because it's not using a bonus action during your turn.
that's
It's using
not-
a reaction.
That's not counterspell. It's different. Let me check
Well,
counterspell. You
I'm
attempt
fairly
to
certain
interrupt
that
a
you can still
creature.
use.
Well, it doesn't work the same way. You attempt to interrupt a creature in the process of casting spell. If the creature is casting a spell. So, no. Hold on. If they try to counterspell you, can you absorb it? Yes, you can, because it's
I can
targeting you.
absorb it.
It's targeting you, the caster.
Gotcha. Okay. Bear with me. Okay, fuck you, Necromancer. Hold monster. I'm gonna twin it. So that it targets the big guy as well.
Okay.
5. And I'm gonna heighten it so they both have disadvantage.
Oh shit. Let's see here. It is a what is it? Wisdom.
Wisdom.
We're gonna go first. Wisdom. This is the Lich. It burns one of those.
A very apt time to burn a legendary resistance.
But the big guy, he doesn't have any of those, and he's not very wise. Ooh. Hold monster. What does it look like? This thing is gargantuan size. What does it look like as your
It just looks like there's like flickery shackles chaining him down. And they're like mildly translucent. So sometimes you see them, sometimes you're not. They're like glowing red.
heck yeah, I imagine they pull up from the ground, they're just pulling him down, just locked in.
Yes.
He is paralyzed, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he can't do shit.
Well, I tried, guys.
You did
bonus
fantastic
action.
paralyzing the giant.
Wait, you can
Bonus
quicken. You said you had something else.
No. That was just the. I wanted to see whether I could use 2 meta magic options in one turn. That's all. And bonus action, get the fuck away. I'm gonna go like pretty much off screen right now.
Off screen.
I'm like 60 more feet away from him now.
Right.
So I'm like 120 feet away from him.
This creature here is just going to swarm it up. "23 on you, Koten. As
Yeah.
holy
Sorry,
crap.
I'm more than 120 feet.
The
I have
bones.
120 feet of shadow walk, so I can go 140 away.
Fluick von Jameson. You're shielding
Alright.
against these guys.
Is our Goliath still standing?
I'm not feeling well. That's for damn sure.
Oh, and this is done.
Oh, yeah.
I will spend 2 sorcery points. And my final 4th level spell slot to get rid of the Aberrant Spirit. It's actually not doing much, and I wish it could make 2 more attacks, but it goes after me, sadly, so... Moving at least here,
Mm-hmm.
and I will cast Polymorph on our Goliath, turning him into a giant ape!
Cool. Give me a second. I'll get it set up. As
So the question is, does rage work when he's polymorph, GM?
Oh.
I would say yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a
Um,
He's a raging giant ape.
does it say he loses his?
Class abilities?
I don't think so. Yeah, I would say if it works on wild shape, I'd say it worked on this. So yeah,
Okay.
giant. Why not? You guys
Why not?
you need some help here.
Help! Help!
Help!
Help me!
Cast polymorph. You turn into
Honestly,
a giant ape.
it just seems fucking cool that he's a raging gorilla. So
Yeah, it's just.
All right,
Give me a
can I get
second.
the-
Yeah, I'll give you the stat block.
cool. Thank you.
All players, save. There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, let me move the map up so the audience knows what's going on.
You're now much easier to hit, in theory, but also you still have some pretty gnarly attacks,
What the
and
heck?
you have so many more hit points.
Right. At the end of your turn, the Lich casts a spell at will. And you see its finger tear through the fabric of space as it casts Dimension Door.
Oh,
Wait, I haven't
no.
ended my turn yet. That was my bonus action.
You quicken that?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
and I really wanted to cast Flame Shield so I can at least punish this thing for getting away, but instead I'm just going to leave the Great Ape where it is and continue trying to slash this thing with steel.
18 hits. Second attack, it goes down as the bones splinter and fall to the ground uselessly as whatever magic animating is no more.
And 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'm going to get close to the center of all of this everything, and with changing where my sword is a little bit, just twirl my mustache, looking at the giant ape pound its chest in rage.
Okay. At the end of your turn,
That is my turn.
he doesn't Dimension Door. Changes its tactics, seeing that you're walking up at it. Doesn't like that. So he's going to blast you using 2 legendary actions. That's all on you, Fluick. He's like, get back. Do, 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 do. 28, I assume, hits. I don't know about the rest.
I will take it all. I really wish that this was Magic Missile, but I will take it all to the chin. The 20 also hits me. I have a 20 armor class.
Okay.
But I am resistant to force damage.
You got a Brooch's shielding, so take half of that.
A lapel, basically, that is on the collar of my armor, lights up and produces a shield that negates most of the forces, only a little, barely hitting me.
Oh, actually no, he's paralyzed. He can't do shit. This bone swarm here, seeing this giant ape suddenly appear, it's just going to swirling bones. I think that hits. Yeah. 30 damage on the ape. So for hold monster, is it at the end of its turn?
End of his turn.
Cool. At the end of its
Yes.
turn, he is going to make a wisdom saving throw. Is not wise. Fails.
Nice,
It is
nice.
paralyzed. This creature here. Oh, you need to make 2 con saves, Fluic.
Oh, I am concentrated. Right.
Yep.
Woo! By the skin of my teeth on the second one.
Okay. It's going to see again. It's going to fire at you. Multi-attack. It's going to keep blasting. By the way, you move back 20 feet. So move you this direction. There you go. But he's going to keep blasting as he wants you away. So anyway, he started blasting. Pew, 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 pew.
I would like to cast shield at this point. Because I'm uncomfortable with taking that amount of anything.
Okay.
So as my brooch lights up, I extend my shield, and an astral projection of a tower shield forms in front of it that simply just deflects everything.
Seeing that, the Lich says, "Cursed, meddling humans." Like I said, you're too late. But I'll have fun before all hell breaks loose. As a bonus action, he becomes invisible. He melds into the shadows.
I got some for his monkey ass.
This guy, he's no longer under that effect, right? Was it concentration?
No. Yeah, it is. He's no longer under the effect.
All right. It's just going to keep swarming. I don't know what else these things do. They just swarm and hit hard. On the ape, 13 hits, taking 25 bludgeoning. Take half of that. All right, Nancy.
All right, cool. So, okay, he's invisible and shit now. I feel like I'm just casting buffs at this point. Okay. What if I just drop a fireball
On the bone, guys.
right where I
I would definitely say do it. I'm debating casting See Invisibility, which would drop concentration on the ape anyway.
Oh no, it's not concentration for invisibility. Yeah, right here. Yeah, because it shouldn't hit the.
Oh
ape.
dang, it isn't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it should
the
hit
ape's
here.
out.
All right, so I'm gonna cast it. Right. He probably moved. No, I want to get all 3 of these guys if I can, because the lich dude probably moved.
Yeah,
and I will
that'll do.
that. All right, cool. Hold on. All right. And I say Ayadi and Freety. And I will launch a fiery. I'm sorry, wrong level. Sorry. 5th level. Sorry.
I'll get the decks going anyway.
There we go.
Big money. 35 damage. So these guys are pretty dexy.
Damn, they're really dexy. So they take half of that.
Except the third guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and the third guy here, bonus action.
Oh, by the way, the Lich cannot move. It says one with the shadows, it becomes invisible until it moves or takes an action or reaction. So he's got to make a dex save. He's also
Hell
dexy.
yeah.
Still takes damage, and he's revealed.
Eat a dick, old man. You eat a dick. Bonus action. I will use my last. No, second to last. Arcane alacrity here, and I will use fourth bolt again on the Eldritch dude. Here we go. Big money here. 1, 2, 3. 3 bolts hit him center mass.
Ooh, they all hit. 14, 29 damage.
Mm-hmm.
As it's going to use its reaction to Hellish Rebuke, it can do that once per
As
day.
he does so, he better realize I got global invulnerability on. Next thing gonna hit me.
Oh,
No
It's still- it's-
living pledge.
he'll do it, but it fails.
Yeah,
Forgetting.
as he does it, a golden shield appears. I'm like, no. Listen, you gotta get the globe up. As I do that,
He fails. In the heat of battle, taking the giant explosion, he tries a Hellish Rebuke, and the magic.
No.
That meme
Does
of the
nothing.
dude that's like coming behind a telephone pole, just rubbing his hands, just
Yeah, pretty much.
No.
She's been
I'm
waiting.
actually gonna move a little bit closer now. Seeing that he has enough HP to not just drop, I'll move closer. So I'll be at 25 now, and that'll end my turn.
Okay. All right, Koten. Big ape. The giant guy is paralyzed, so if you hit, they're auto crits. Just letting you know.
And how did the Lich look? Does he look damaged at all? Or does he
He's
look like-
damaged now. After that fireball, he came from the shadows. He's got the Vegeta eye, like one is closed, and he's breathing heavy. Yeah.
Grabbing his shoulder.
Yeah, exactly.
Since the guy may be paralyzed, but I feel like as a teammate, I should help fight the Lich to the best of my ability.
well,
But
you got 3 bone swarms on you, and you're standing on an auto crit, the giant type of thing.
I can't even use the ability I wanted to at this range. Anyway, so I'm gonna auto crit the colossal guy, and I get to make a multi attack, so 2 fist attacks.
Let's see him.
So I'm gonna give him the wombo combo.
You can add your rage damage to this. Advantage, they both hit. Roll damage 4 times. Because of the crits. Oh my god.
Fist of the North Star.
Yeah, 90 damage as you give them the 1-2 buckle my shoe, and he is
Irish cross.
he's in rush 8. Plus your rage damage, is it 3 at this time?
Yeah, it's
So-
3.
So another
The
12.
atomic undead wedgie.
This thing is in a bad way. Anything else?
You can almost hear the ape say "Omoawamu Shinderu."
Shinderu.
Turns
Nani?
his back.
Huh?
Fucking raging demon appears. See a fucking mark on his back. Raging demon.
So Globe of Invulnerability is only like projectiles. Could melee attacks go through it? Or like touch spells?
Globe of Invulnerability is only for spells.
Yes. It's only for spells. Yes.
Mm.
So let me post it up there. Hold on. Yeah, it doesn't make me like invincible to anything, but
Super-
It makes you
Oh,
invincible to
such a spell
spells.
can target. Okay. Good to know. At the end of Koten's turn, it's going to use a legendary action to cast Dimension Door. And he appears right next to Anansi. He says, "I've had enough of your meddling, wizard." This bone
fuck your
swarm is
couch.
done. Yeah.
As I say in Southern trade tongue, tell him to go fuck his couch.
Vaughn, your turn.
Well, first of all, action potion. I'm hurt.
You've been hurt.
That's a lot of 4s and a couple 1s.
Yes. So that was my spear. Fantastic. I see him slide over there toward the Nazi. Good luck, my friend. I'm gonna summon a Hellhound.
All
My
these
Hound of Ill
summons.
Omen.
I'll get you a Hellhound coming up.
Thank you. And I'm gonna slide away.
Slide
Is
to the
Globe
left.
of Invulnerability all spells, or can you choose the spells?
All spells
Any
that
spell.
come through. All
So
spells that
I
come through.
can't help you
Nope.
in any way unless I get in the shield.
You can target things inside of the shield, but you can't cast spells through the shield.
Summon
you
at
can
30
target stuff within there,
feet.
but you can't
Yeah,
target.
put him wherever you want.
I think I can only put him within 30 feet of me. But he'll start dashing towards the lich.
Does it
Oh shit.
roll
Does
its
he-
initiative or is it after you?
I'm still reading it. Sorry.
It appears with a number of temporary hit points equal to half your Sork level. That's cool. Move through
7.
creatures and objects. Takes 5 force damage. Okay.
I don't see it.
The
Am I
hound
just
appears
blind?
on its turn.
It's,
Roll
It's-
initiative.
Roll
order.
initiative for the hound. Yep.
Yeah, and it's 120 feet within you, so you can target any creature within 120 feet of you and summon it.
But
right
it
next to
summons 30 feet from me. Yes?
That's what it says. It appears in an unoccupied space of your choice within 30.
Yep.
Well, it's coming up.
Alright.
And
That's
that's-
my turn.
No, 30 feet of the target. So you can choose a target within 120 feet, and it appears within 30 feet of that target, not
target
within you.
one creature you can see. Oh, I see. Why is
Yes.
it? That's such weird wording.
It is.
So you can put them pretty much anywhere on the map as long as it's within 30 feet of a creature.
Gotcha.
Cool.
I'll channel that. All right.
Because I summoned him before I got the fuck out.
Is that end your turn?
That's my turn, yeah.
Bones.
So anyone around him has disadvantage on
I have been skipped.
saving throws. Okay.
No, you have. How did we skip that far? Let me get you. All right, we'll go. It skipped you again. What is it doing? We're going to get it to. It keeps skipping you. How bizarre.
Well, currently
There we
it's
go.
before me. There we are.
It must be lagging. All right, you can go for it.
Kissing my favorite steel, I will sprint forward. I'm probably already in this thing's range, but it's paralyzed. And let's just give it the good old 2-attack wombo combo.
That hits. That hits. Roll damage.
Auto crits. And as much as I want to pump, it's first or third. I actually have more third level spell slots than first. How did that happen?
Shield.
This thing gets third level spell slots as a treat. So I get 2d8 from the things and 4d8, and all of that is wrapped up to 12d8 again because they're crits.
And roll your weapon attack damage twice. Because those crit
Oh.
as well.
Well, in that case, it would be 10d8. I was rolling those, but that would make sense to not roll them.
It's in a bad way. Anything else?
Gonna cast Booming Blade as a bonus action
Okay.
because I have a feeling this thing needs to die. I don't care how horrible its wisdom is. And I will give it a first level smite because I still want to have a third level slot available.
My eyes twitching. All right. Anything else?
Nothing else apart from the comment of, wow, it is really easy to Nova for a paladin. And I'm playing the paladin that has all of the spell slots.
That's the combo. You just dump your spell slots.
Yeah, paladins nuke things.
They're super good. I mean, they're just probably one of the stronger classes. It's difficult to say, but like
I mean, I just
Aura
gave
of
this
Courage
thing
is crazy.
118 damage on a silver platter.
yeah, there's some crazy builds like Polar Master Great Weapon. There's some crazy ones that'll do insane damage like that, but consistently. But the Nova
I'm
on
doing
the
this
auto
all with
crits
a
are
sword
good.
and board.
Yeah, the Nova on the auto crits is good. All right, ending that. This thing is just going to Bone Swarm. 24 on the Gorilla, 35 bludgeoning. We did Vaughn. Another Bone Swarm is going to come on the Gorilla. Come is not the right. The bone is coming.
Awesome.
Another 27. This creature, at the end of its turn, it's going to make a Wisdom saving throw to try to escape. It fails. At the end of its turn, oh, the Lich is out of legendary actions. Hellhound. It's getting late. Let's try to get this. Be ready,
Right.
people, on your turn.
Move forward. Blade his ass.
Misses. Bites air.
I have advantage, so does the 16 hit?
Misses. 17 AC.
Ah, okay. Too bad. That's alright. He's there to do what he needs to do. End turn.
The Lich looks to Anansi and cracks a smile. And he says,
You bitch ass.
"You bitch ass. I will show you horrors beyond your imagination." And he'll touch you and hurl your ass through hell. This is not a spell. And you got to make a wisdom saving throw, which you probably find.
Got this.
This is a
Anansi.
warlock pretending to be a lich.
It's a packed Lich. Ooh. As he grabs you on the face to try to hurl you through hell, what does it look like as you resist this? That would have fucked your day up.
As he grabbed me, I grab his hand with my golden butterfly kind of appear on my hand as I look at him trying to reach for me and grab my face. I say, "Get off me, you miscreant! I shall achieve immortality without sacrificing the life of others. You know what that means? Get fucked, necromancer." And that's all in Southern Trade, though.
At the end of its own turn, because that's how it works sometimes, it hisses and says, "Fool, you don't even know true power." It's going to dimension door the fuck out of there.
City boy!
He's over here.
Bye.
This Bone Swarm is Bone Swarming. 17 on the Gorilla, 35 bludgeoning. All right, Anansi.
All right, so he wants to. Okay.
He wants to play.
He wants to play. First, you come over here, and then you try to hurl me through the fucking core. Okay. All right. So he's not some cover here. So I'll just move this way. Oh God, I have so many macro bars. So I'm moving 25 this way here, in a line, so that way I am now. Stop showing all my macro bars. So now I'm not 25 feet away. I'm map accurate, and I'm gonna target this out here with. I think I'm just within range here. Force bolt here. Like just. Here we go. 3 shots here to the face. 1, 2, 3.
That all hits. Roll damage.
All right. All right. And then last one. I'll do it again. For my people, for my homeland. And I do it 3 more times. 1, 2, 3.
Two
one
hit.
goes very wide. All right.
He's bloodied. You see it. Most of its body's been torn apart. Scorch marks. His force has ripped it to pieces. It's not in a
That is
good
my
way.
turn.
At the end of your turn, you dimension doors off the map.
Excuse me?
I cast counter spell.
Oh my God! It's a stage 2 boss fight.
I am going to attempt to counterspell that man, but I don't have any 4th level spell slots.
And so you make an attempt. That's cool.
It's gonna counterspell your counterspell.
City boy.
My counterspell!
It's one. It's one a day. It's been saving it.
Hey, all smart.
He's been saving it. And yeah, the Lich didn't get here for being stupid.
Is Vaughn in range to counterspell the counterspell?
Bro, I'm so far away.
Vaughn is
Yeah.
hiding
Vaughn
in the
is on
shadows.
another map.
Why are you so far away?
500.
Because
feet.
I was in danger.
She needed an adult. 500 feet out of sight. This thing tears through the fabric of reality and is gone in a blink. But you still have some nasties on you. Khotin.
Well, I figure since we came this far with beating up the Colossus,
It's
we'll go ahead.
pretty messed up.
Did I see where like he was going with his dimension door? Like he was he.
Make a
Wait, 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 wait.
perception.
Wait. I saw what it looked like when he had opened that portal, right?
Make a perception check.
Fuck.
What you saw was, yes, you saw what it was, but it was just forest. That's basically what you saw through
Okay, that's good. I have a glimpse. It's a chance.
it. There's a
We'll
chance.
track him down to the hells.
All right, Khotin, you're on this guy. Slam him.
Yeah, I'm gonna slam the Colossus creature again.
Ooh. Well, it's already critting, so they both hit. Roll a damage 4 times. Oh, it's dead. With just that, it's gone. This thing, that hold monster, wrecked it. As you punch it, this Colossus sitting there, latched with the Eldritch chains, unable to retaliate, unable to do anything, looking at you like a dreadnought. You smash it into the ground. The corpses that animated, they're lifeless and sent back to where they came from. Anything else?
That would be it for my turn.
This guy is dead. Fluic von Jameson.
I just realized. Can I spend my turn to hate myself? I could have.
You can
spent
spend the
my
rest of your
final-
life to do that.
Okay, so as I'm making 2 attacks against this bone swarm, I could have spent my final sorcery point to subtly cast counterspell, and you can't counterspell a subtly cast counterspell because you need to see the target that's casting it.
It's the heat of
And-
the battle, man. It's hard.
I had that thought, but I just got caught up.
This is caught in the heat of the moment. Those both hit. Roll it up.
I'll deliver my final possible smite for a while to this guy on the crit.
Oh shit.
Which is 9 extra damage.
Okay. It's animated. This thing here, it's going to move and get both of you guys. He's going to bone swirling. Oh. He's got an ability. That's okay. We're not going to use the ability. 18 to the gorilla and Fluic. I think that misses Fluic. Whoops.
More
Swirling
bones rattling against the poor shield.
23 bludgeoning damage on that. Vaughn.
Did I see where he was going?
I would
I
say,
have crazy dark vision.
500 feet from here. I'm going to say he's.
But did I see like the direction?
Make a perception check and see if you caught it. With the 19, he headed north. Just you see a blink straight north.
Okay.
I will say this: you know that this creature can at will dimension door.
Hold him.
That there is a possibility.
I don't know who to take with me.
The wizard. The fucking wizard.
Yeah.
The fucking wizard.
Okay, fine.
The wizard.
Shadow
Okay,
step,
okay, okay.
dimension door.
Okay. Yeah. I'll shadow step over here. I have the cape of whatever the fuck that is.
Montebound.
Cape of the
Yeah.
Montebang. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's see it. I'm going to say roll a 1d100 high or low to see if you see him after you do your teleport. You know the general direction.
Hi. No.
You do appear 500 feet in the general direction, but he's not in the line of sight.
Yeah. Oh, I grabbed the Nancy. Fuck it. Do you trust me? You shouldn't.
Come with me. Can't you see?
You really should.
He went inside my global vulnerability and tried to touch me in my no-no sphere. Fuck that guy. Teleport me, bro. Teleport me. Teleport me.
Okay, so we're 500 feet. I don't know exactly where that is.
At that point, we're using our imagination.
I'm just gonna roll a d20 to hate myself more. Oh
Uh,
wow, I wouldn't have even made the check, so never mind.
Sucks. That's okay, Fluic. You've got a mission. This bone homie is going to also. They're stacking up. They're swirling. Swirling bones, missing wildly. This guy is dead. The hellhound is hellhounding.
He would run after the lich. So
Dash.
fuck, fuck if I know.
Will bone swarm. Now there's 3 bone swarms. 27 hits y'all.
Ow.
32. All right, Anansi. You feel that you're close. But do you have
I feel
anything to
close.
track this guy down?
Hold on. Hold on, give me a second. I'm thinking. I know that it went north, correct?
Yeah, you guys teleported 500 feet north, max distance with your dimension door.
Okay. Hold on. Fuck, I don't think I have any. I just need massive AoE. Okay, fuck it. All right, so I'm gonna reach out here, and I'm gonna breathe forward a massive burst of cold air. It's 60 feet in front of me. Do I hit somebody?
This is going to be a 1d100, high or low.
Alright, let's go high. Big money. Fuck!
Oh,
As,
no.
as the cone of cold goes through the forest, you see all of the leaves and everything get blasted, icicles going, but you do not see the outline of a lich.
Fuck! Alright, that is my action. I have no bonus action that I can think of that can do that, so beep, that's all, folks. That's it. EOT.
Monkeying around. You got 3, like a ridiculous column of these bones. Just, it's dense. There's 3 of them stacked right there.
I can't see him with my 120 feet of dark vision. Damn.
It's more of a line of sight situation.
Gotcha. It's a dense forest. I understand.
Guess I'll go ahead and monkey punches.
19 hits. Roll damage. All right. That one is messed up. That one is dead. Fluic von Jameson. It's almost deafening, the sound of these bones just whirling around you.
In a very comedic way, I will yell out, "Stop!" And I confuse the unthinking undead enough for me to duck out from not behind my shield, uncork a portion, and drink it.
Chug, chug, chug.
A superior is how much?
8d4 plus 8.
Yeah. 28.
And I have no bonus actions.
The bone swarm is swarming. They're getting faster and faster. This one misses, but the ape does take this damage. 26. Vaughn, you have a feeling that you've left your friends behind. You can chase the singed, or you might be able to go back and help your friends. But this is a choice.
All
you
right,
have
but
to
I'm
make.
gonna fire one last fireball in the northern direction.
She's going for it. All right.
If you don't kill
1d100.
him- If you don't kill him, you don't break the curse.
Well, the curse might be the tree.
No,
High
I
or
think
low?
that one- I think it's that.
This is like some mind game shit.
It's like battleships.
Whoa.
F85.
Pretty much.
Fuck.
This is insulting at this point.
The fireball is, you just hear an explosion in the distance, but there's
Well,
no.
you're gonna have to find your own way back, and I'm flip 120 feet back.
I'll get back. I'll be back. I'm gonna teleport to hell, and then I'll meet him there when he goes there.
I
Proud
gave it
motherfucker.
my best shot. The dice were
cool.
just not in my favor, like
He's
usual.
gonna
Hey.
go. He's gonna go to hell where he was talking to his demon daddy, and I'm gonna teleport there and I'm gonna beat his monkey ass. And I'm gonna say, "City boys, we out."
I'm going to say at that point, as you guys fall back, you do, just for the sake of brevity, the four of you will be able to take down these bone tornadoes pretty easily. Kind of a moment of like, should we go? Should we continue the chase or go back to save our friends? Making the choice to go back. Khotin, Fluick, and the four of you clean up the combat. Countless bodies have been sacrificed here. Whatever magics around this tree to open this portal had been halted. Whatever strange ritual is happening here was not completed as you guys disrupted it. Unfortunately, you're not able to permanently stop this creature.
As many firebolts as it takes to make sure this tree doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, you burn this thing to ground. All of it's bad. Eventually, sometime later, as you guys are burning this place and kind of licking your wounds, a small battalion, maybe 150 soldiers, come through here to the hut, and they eventually follow your tracks here. And it's a very macabre and gruesome and sad sight as they look over the countless friends, mothers, brothers, comrades that lay slain here, sacrificed for this dark sacrament. And as you guys kind of finish up here, I will say we end the session, and I had a good time. That's it for those watching. Sometimes things aren't always happy endings, unfortunately, but there you go. So that was
Both parties live to fight another day.
yeah.
Yeah, but then I'm gonna come back and summon another tree and kill the fucking people again.
You guys
Hey.
took some chances. That was 3 50-50s.
We're
and
gonna
just-
go Rough Rider on them next time. We're gonna stop, drop.
Yeah. Well, this
Put
is
them down.
this
open up
has turned
shop.
into an entire campaign manhunt that we're just implying here.
but
This is
that's
fun.
Stay
I enjoyed
tuned.
Yeah.
stay
This
tuned.
was fun.
Maybe there's another. We don't know.
Yeah, Nazi return. One book and all.
Fluick, son of James, shall return.
Fluick, the son of James. And the rest of the people, they go their separate way. They go back to the king. They make a ton of money. You guys would get
the
reports
wenches.
later that the sickness that permeated the land has stopped, and you are rewarded with ladies, gold, and fine wine. And with that, have a nice day, and we're all signing off. This was Advent 5.
Having
Please
fun.
subscribe, like, share, do that whole thing, and we'll see
Tell
you
your
guys
mother
next
about us. We're actually really nice.
week. You can bring us home for Thanksgiving next year.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Just in case your mother doesn't already know about us. She might.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. And we left. So are we debriefing this, or are we just going?
Yeah, why not? I debrief with these guys.